Hello, and welcome to another edition of Attlas Information Live. We are glad that you could be with us today. And today, we hope that you'll be able to take advantage of a special live stream, one which we do on occasion every now and then. And when it's just basically audience participation all around. There's no particular topic that we've chosen for today. There's no particular angle. There's just the link that's on the screen and it's in the chat, and an opportunity for us to share with one another whatever it is that's in our heart to share there, or that's on our mind to share. It could be experiences that you've had. It could be spiritual traps that you fell into at one point or another in your life that we were discussing last week. It could be anything related to conditioning, any sorts of challenges that you've overcome, anything at all, really, anything at all that relates to your path, your journey, or others' journeys. And by all means, you can ask questions. This is your time. Whatever it is that you feel you'd like to get off your chest or get out in the open, or just share. This is our opportunity to do that. So again, feel free to hop on. Use the link in the on the screen or in the chat, or you can just, of course, you can share via the chat as always. We'll be happy to read whatever it is you type, and we'll get things kicked off in just a moment. But for starters, Benjamin Ocha says, person turquoise waving. Person turquoise waving. Not sure what that's supposed to mean, but maybe Benjamin will elaborate on that. So, as you know, our channel is devoted to what the Greeks call gnosis. And how that translates into English is experiential knowledge, conscious experiential knowledge, which, as you also know, we have taken the liberty to use the acronym SEEK, because that's what we seek on the path. Self-Evident Experiential Knowledge. And we use the term self-evident there because self-evident means the evidence for something's truthfulness, factualness, comes from within. Not from our ego mind, not from our belief systems, not from our conditioning, but far deeper than that, from our true self, from our higher self, and beyond, right? Beyond our being, the being of beings, Alux, or the Logos, or the Cosmic Christ, or however you want to name that particular entity, the perfect multiple unity of the expressed manifest absolute. And to seek on the path means to experience and to extract from those experiences that which we call self-evident experiential knowledge. Benjamin says, the person turquoise waving, it was a YouTube emote. I guess they font work all that good. It means hello. Okay, I get it. All right. So you sent a you sent an emote in the chat, and obviously StreamYards doesn't interpret that graphically, so it just gave you the. So it was a turquoise person waving. Okay, hello Benjamin. As Azil says, he just finished the storyline on Diablo 4 on hardcore, and he says there's just no words how profound that experience was. Well, we're glad to hear it. We're glad you had a good time with it and a good experience with it. You may have to fill us in, because as it stands, we are not going to be playing Diablo 4, and we might fill you in on why that's the case at some point. We'll just wait until somebody does a playthrough on YouTube, or we'll wait for you to tell us what the story is, or we'll wait until somebody does all the cutscenes, because that usually happens. Somebody will take all the cutscenes and all the story points from the story and put it on YouTube, and we'll just watch it. But we're not going to allow ourselves to get into Diablo 4. We can't. Diablo served its purpose for us, one might say, but for ourselves moving forward, as you know, we turned 50 just a few days ago, and this is a turning point in our life's work and our life journey. And our time and our energy is going to be much better spent not just completing the book, and not just promoting the book and talking about the book and the contents of the book, but also expanding and working on the next book and the Attlas project and all the different aspects of that, because people keep showing up, and it's clear that that particular aspect of our life's work is going to be taking off in a more profound and meaningful way, in a more practical way, in a rubber meets the road kind of way. And at least for now, what we feel is that even if we do pick up Diablo 4, it's not going to be to play seasons. It's not going to be to we may want to just see the story for ourselves and play through it for ourselves, but frankly, it's a very pricey proposition just to play through and get that story once. And we don't really we don't need it for us. Honestly, it just feels like a lot of work. Maybe it's because we are 50 now and energy is at a premium. We don't have the same type of energy that we used to have. And yeah, and just so everything that we've seen on Diablo 4 just seems like it's just so much work. But to kick things off, speaking of video games, we wrote an article a while back on what video games can teach us, and in that article we shared some experiences with video games, and Azazil says, that's what I love about it. He says, how much work it is. We shared some experiences with video games, and one of the experiences we shared was a time when we were in Japan, and we were just alone in our apartment playing a game called Soul Edge, and it's a sword fighting game, and we were just playing against the computer. We were playing for hours. And at one point, we were no longer playing the AI. We're no longer playing the computer. It wasn't the computer, it was a PlayStation, the original PlayStation 1. And at some point, we ceased playing the machine. And instead, we began playing the human who programmed the AI in the game. And when we made that connection, once we made that connection to the consciousness, to the being of the individual who had programmed that game, the computer could no longer land a strike against us. It was a sword fighting game, and it was just one-on-one dueling, sword, weapons dueling. But at that point, we became unbeatable. It didn't matter what difficulty level we set the game to, the computer couldn't land a hit on us because we were connected with the consciousness who programmed the machine, and we knew exactly what the machine was going to do before it did it. And how did we know? Because we were one with the consciousness who programmed the game. And for a while, we played the game like that, where it was one match after another, one round after another, and the game said, perfect, 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 because the computer couldn't even land a blow on us. We could dodge everything, we could block everything. And then this went on for a little while, but then I realized, wait a minute, if I'm connected to one consciousness who programmed this game, I must be able to connect to all consciousness. And that's what I did. It was just as simple as the realization of that. Once I had made that conscious connection to that other person, and we were connected being to being, well, if we are connected being to being, that means that I had accessed a level of consciousness that connects all beings. And once I realized that it wasn't a one-to-one connection that I had made, it wasn't some telepathic connection, it was a much deeper connection. And because we had that much deeper connection, then all I did was expand out our consciousness and connect it to all beings. You might say that was my first experience connecting to Allux, the being of beings. And in that experience came a flood of knowledge, a flood of knowing. And it was a profound revelatory type experience. I just was in that state now. And all of these trivial things which had existed in my life all around me, all of a sudden the profound esoteric truths underlying them became apparent and became self-evident. And things that on the surface never really amounted to much, I never really gave some things, their appropriate due, all of a sudden now I knew the profound power behind them. So I'll give you an example. The Nike slogan from the 90s, right, was just do it. Was the 80s and 90s, or late 80s, early 90s? Anyway, so they had an advertising slogan, just do it. And the profundity of that and the deep esoteric meaning of that was revealed to me while I was connected into that plane of all consciousness. And that was just one example. And it was just, and all of a sudden I started The words just started coming out of my mouth over and over again. Just do it. Just do it. That's the secret. That's the answer. Just do it. And what, of course, it means is, for us mortals, is that when we receive information from our innermost being, when we receive a direction from our higher self, the answer is to just do it. Just fulfill our role, fulfill our end of the bargain, fulfill our purpose. Just do it. Don't question, don't wonder, don't think about it, don't question it. Just do it in the moment, moment by moment by moment. And why that ad campaign was so successful for Nike. As we've often said, many of the most successful films and songs and paintings and everything and novels and stories are successful because they have that deep esoteric truth as their foundation. And people fall in love and idolize the surface level stories and characters and narrative. At least that's what they think they've fallen in love with. But what they're really falling in love with is the feeling that they get as they are connecting, unconsciously connecting to those deep esoteric truths. And why an ad campaign like Just Do It is so profoundly and so successful and so meaningful is because of those esoteric truths, those universal truths that are behind those three little words. Just do it. They sold an awful lot of sneakers with those three little words. Because again, that's what advertising is. They try to take some timeless universal truth and then they use that as a conduit, as a medium to sell product. Is they put the product right next to that slogan and they try to associate the slogan with the product. That's why they use sex to sell everything, for example. To associate, so the product becomes sexy and desirable because, you know, sex is the impulse for desire. We're going to pause a moment and take a couple comments here. Azazel, it says that the work that they put into Diablo 4 is quite frankly divine. And he said similarly, he had a similar experience of playing a game where he did not die once, and then that he just knew how they thought, they being the ones who programmed the game. And he says, but the one thing that really got me to tears was how we connected to the creator for the story for Diablo 4. It was like, we know what you've been going through and what choices you're left with. We know what you've been going through and what choices you're left with. Does that mean you've made a very personal connection to this game? Because you were saying how Lilith looks exactly like how she appeared in one of your experiences, one of your lucid dreams. In which case, perhaps your experience of Diablo 4 is unique, and the reason why you're connecting so strongly with it is because it connects with a direct experience that you had. And he says, and at the most important moment, the main character rejected Lilith, where we would not. And he goes, yes, very. So the main character rejected Lilith, meaning you, the player, or you're referring to Anarius there? I'm not sure. And he says, yes, very. So I think it's probably your experience of Diablo 4 is probably much more personal, and it's speaking to you on that very personal level. And he says, yeah, so your character actually rejected Lilith. Okay. So this is a good example, though. It would be nice if Azazel would come online and be um, uh, make a good example for others, so we can turn this into a bit of actually like a conversation or a discussion. But this is a living example here in the now, a video game which was 10 years in the making, a video game which uh, is in a series of video games that are now 30 years old, because the first Diablo came out 30 years ago. And it's one of the most archetypal and profound expressions, allegorical expressions in video game form of the work of conquering our demons. And here Azazel is having a very personal, intimate relationship with that title, the fourth in the series, that just released, literally just released this weekend, and just in time for this live stream. And how his experience evidences what we have said time and time again on this live stream, which is the living, breathing Word of God is not bound within any book, and it's not exclusive to any school or any religion or any spiritual tradition or any mythology or any teaching or any oral tradition. The living, breathing Word of God is all around us, and it's within us. And if we develop the eyes to see and the ears to hear, all of life is speaking to us, is sending us divine messages. And that every single day we are being sent messages put there by our Divine Mother for us to find, little breadcrumbs on the trail through life. If only we're paying attention to notice them and recognize them for what they are. Boons, right? Blessings, breadcrumbs leading us through the dark wood and into the light. And each one of those breadcrumbs is manna from heaven. Mana comes from the Sanskrit manas, meaning mind, but not rational mind, but divine mind. And so each one of these little nuggets, right? The Word of God, the truth, what we need to hear, what we need to see, what we need to know, portioned out in these little bite-sized nuggets of manna from heaven along our path. And they can appear anywhere, and they can be contained in any form. And here for Azazel, it happens to be in this video game that he's been playing for decades, the previous versions of it. And now this latest iteration is speaking so directly to him, because even the main villainess, Lilith, in the game, or one of the main players of the game, the characters involved, that is, even looks like how she appeared to Azazel when he was projecting in the astral plane. And so he's now, there's who knows what this is going to lead to for him. But the fact that he's recognized that is an experience. It's now, there is a connection here between his previous experiences of this particular character, this Lilith, and now the playing of this game is for him this, as he describes it, right? There's just no words for how profound the experience was of playing a video game. Now, not everybody is going to have that experience. And as we said at the outset, we're not meant to have that experience, right? We're not going to have that experience. We're not going to play the game. And even if we watch the story and go through it, it's very likely we're not going to have the same profound experience that Azazel had. But that's because The game was not made for us in that sense. It was made for him, or at least that aspect of it, that element of it. Azazel says, I didn't play the previous Diablo games. I had the experience with Lilith months before the announcement of Diablo. I thought you did play Diablo 3. I thought you played Diablo 3, but maybe, okay, so maybe I was mistaken there. So you really, your connection to this is purely based on your experiences with Lilith and now the announcement of Diablo 4, and that's where you made the connection. So you really had no connection to Diablo prior to this. So that's interesting. But again, you see how experiences work. The experiences are unique to each individual. Not everyone will have the same experience. And Lord knows, you know, we've written articles and made videos about movies and such. And even after people read the articles or watch our videos, they're still unconvinced. And even if they go back and watch the films, they still can't have that experience that we had or that we describe. They still can't see what we see. But that's just, everybody's at a different level. Everybody has different capacities and different abilities. And other people see things that we can't see. So other people see auras, and other people see all sorts of different energies and different energies at different levels, and we can't see those energies. We don't have that type of clairvoyance. So there are so many different layers and abilities and how those capacities and levels get expressed through us, and that our abilities and capacities are aligned with what we need them to be for our journey. And others' abilities and capacities are what they need to be for their journey. And our experiences are for our benefit. And others' experiences are for their benefit. But that is not to say that our experiences can't benefit others if we extract from those experiences what matters, what's important. And as Azazel says, nah, he just played Path of Exile. It was the only previous game similar to Diablo. So coming back to our story, our experience in Japan, when we were connected to all consciousness and we were downloading all of this knowledge and we were having this, and we can't describe the experience for you. We can't describe it. It was like taking two alligator clips and connecting them to a 50 megawatt power plant, right? It was somehow, imagine like having an infinite broadband connection or something, or like a T1 line or whatever, just plugging into the internet and having everything just downloading all at once. But at some point we got so overwhelmed and we got so stir crazy because we were just overwhelmed, and we were like, we had to get out of our little apartment because we thought that our little apartment was going to explode. It was going to burst, literally. And and so we, grabbed our backpack and jumped on our mountain bike and went down to the train station and hopped on a train and went to Osaka. And we just started walking around in Osaka. And we went to, so many different places. We were just walking and we just were seeing the world with new eyes. But the whole time we were connected to this plane, to this all being. So everything that we were experiencing for the first time, connected to everything. And at one point, we marched into Osaka's only Ferrari dealership. We're just walking along and we look up and we see the Ferrari insignia. This beautiful dark brown granite building. And we marched right in the front door. And there were 3 Ferraris in the showroom. And as a matter of factly as we could say, there's black, red, and yellow, we said, I can have that one and that one and that one. And I grabbed the brochure and I stuffed it in my backpack and I bowed down. I was at arigato gozaimashita, and I turned around and I marched out. The people in the Ferrari dealership must have been so confused by this. Some gaijin in shorts and a t-shirt and a backpack walks in the front door and points to each one of the cars and grabs a brochure and thanks them, turns around and walks out. Our entire time on our Zen walk was like this. There was no questioning, there was no wondering, there was no thinking. Everything was just a matter of fact. Things just were. Everything just was. And it was just a fact. I walked in and I can have all of these cars. It was just a fact in that moment. It was objective fact. It wasn't wishful thinking. It wasn't even desire. It was just a matter of fact. So I grabbed the brochure and I left, and I thought nothing more of it because I was so in the moment. As soon as I walked out of the Ferrari dealership, it was gone. It didn't exist anymore. Because now in the new moment, I was pointing in a different direction. I was looking at something else. The Ferrari dealership didn't exist anymore. It was gone out of my reality. I was so in the moment for that entire period of time, just as I was playing the game, just as I was connected to the programmer. All there was that connection in any given moment, and how that connection was informing me about what I was experiencing in my 3D environment. So the long and the short of it is, we eventually went home. And when we got home, we dumped out our backpack on the carpet of our tiny little apartment. And we started going through all the different artifacts that we had collected on our Zen walk. All the little bits of piece of paper, all the little advertisements, the brochures, the this, the that, all the stuff that we had collected on our travels. And lo and behold, what ended up in our hands was this very expensive, very glossy matte. It was a matte black finish, but a glossy Ferrari emblem on it. And we just held it up and we just stared at it. And it was then that from this same plane of consciousness, from this same plane of universal connectedness, this oneness that we had been downloading from the night before, we realized a number of different sentiments congealed into a single bullet of truth. And that bullet pierced our heart. And we were struck down like a bolt of lightning of reality, of the harsh, hard truth. And the truths that were concentrated and congealed and crystallized into that one thunderbolt were: knowledge is power, And absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the line that separates Christ from Antichrist is a hairline. And here in our hands was the evidence of our failure, the evidence of how easily an angel falls. Because when we walked into that Ferrari dealership, there was no desire. There was no I can have or should I have or maybe or what kind, or there was no, it was just objective fact. I can have that one and that one and that one. Why? Because we were connected to the consciousness of all. That power, as far as we were concerned, we were one with that power. So we have the power to have whatever we want, the whole universe in our pocket. And there we go. We had the evidence in our hand. It's just at that level, temptation, it's factual. It's not something you even have to strive for. You have to strive against, in the same way that you have to fight gravity with each and every step up the staircase. You don't have to make an effort to fall. You have to make an effort to keep climbing, to keep rising above. That's what takes the effort. That takes super effort. But it takes no effort, no energy, nothing whatsoever to fall. All it takes is a slip on a banana peel. And so there is no vast gulf between, between a demon on one side and an angel on the other. There is no vast gulf separating the two. There is a hairline. They're two sides of the same coin. It's a hairline that separates the two. And of course, what you fall from and what you fall into, you fall mechanically, you fall automatically, you fall as a matter of fact. It is simply a matter of fact. And the temptation doesn't feel like a temptation. It's not a temptation. It appears to you as a matter of fact, as it appeared to us as a matter of fact. I can have that one and that one and that one. I wasn't lying. I wasn't kidding myself. On the contrary, I was speaking absolute, universal, objective truth. I was speaking, it just was a matter of fact. This, for us, was such a profound revelation, because up until that point, we had been living under the delusion that we, along with most people, are generally good people. That we're 51%, at the very least, good, honest, hardworking, altruistic, caring, loving people. And that when push came to shove, the majority of people on this planet, if given the option, will choose the righteous, altruistic option. And here we were, being connected for 48 hours to universal consciousness, to divinity, and being given all of this knowledge and all of this, and here we had the evidence in our hands, how at risk we were and how close we were to falling. And so everything that we ever believed about the nature of evil was completely eradicated in that moment. And the true nature of evil was revealed to us. Evil is a banana peel on the sidewalk. Falling is that easy. It takes no effort. It is the automatic, it is the default status for all manifest reality. It is the gravitational force that pulls from the divine into the mechanical. There is no rest for the weary on the path. God does not rest. He can't. No aspect of the Logos can rest, because at any moment when we let our guard down, we forget ourselves, we're falling. Just as a matter of fact, it's like a bird who stops flapping their wings. Like a hummingbird who stops flapping its wings falls. And the impact that this had on us, you have to appreciate that we were communing with the great leaders of history in the world in this conscious connection. And all of a sudden we recognized in that moment that we had the capacity in our destiny, in our life's work, we have the capacity to be the next Hitler, the next Stalin. This is not, forget about being outside the realm of possibility or some sort of like, it's a slip on a banana peel. Boom. And the evidence was in our hands. We could not deny it. We could not ignore it. The evidence, we were holding the artifact, the smoking gun was in our hands, and we had to face the reality. And you want to talk about a crushing blow to our ego and our mystic pride, because we had been living with an Atlas complex for 10 years by that point. Right? And because we were at that point, we're at 25 and Atlas was born around 15, 16. So we were, and so here, our self-aggrandizement and our self-righteousness and all the things that we had believed about ourselves and who we were and why we were here and what we were going to do and da-da-da-da, all of a sudden, it all came crashing down on us of just how incapable, unready, and unqualified we were to assume that kind of responsibility. Because with just 24 hours, 48 hours of being connected to the source of that knowledge, to the source of that power, immediately and matter-of-factly, automatically, we were already accumulating in our mind the things that we would accumulate, the things that we would have, the stuff, and you know, and that great symbol of excess. Not one Ferrari, 3 Ferraris, brand new. And it wasn't like, oh, that was going to be a very valuable car one day. I'm going to collect it and put it in a collection for posterity's sake or for an investment or whatever. No. It was pure matter of fact. This. What I can have because of this power that I'm now connected with. It was just because knowledge is power. I wasn't connected to power. I was connected to knowledge, but knowledge is power. And power corrupts. Why does power corrupt? Because the knowledge that comes with that power is absolute and matter of fact. It is objective. And any of us on this path, anybody who's on the path of awakening and self-realization or mastery or higher levels in the White Lodge, any and all of us have targets on our back. And any and all of us, if we so much as slip on a banana peel, we can go from white magician to black magician in a blink of an eye. We can go from angel to demon in a blink of an eye. This is how angels fall. It's just one transgression is all it takes. Just one. To fall into the downward spiral. To fall into mechanicity. To fall into automatic behavior. And so we tell you this not because we read this in a book, not because this is some kind of philosophy, not because Master Samael Aunweor told us, or the Gnostic instructors told us this in a lecture, or because Jesus said so in the scriptures. No, we share this with you because the Logos and our own Divine Mother set us up with this test, and we failed it. And we were shown the consequences of that. We were shown the capacity that we have to literally fulfill the name of our birth name, of our given name, Attila, as it is in the English dictionary. It says scourge of God. We have it within us to be that. And it was shown to us, it was proven to us, and the smoking gun was in our hand. That's why we can share this information with you that we're sharing with you now, based on our experience. This is not even in meditation. This was not, you can't, this is beyond any kind of artifice of any kind. We weren't expecting this. We didn't plan on this. We weren't trying to get a lesson. We weren't trying to get universal truths. And certainly we weren't trying to get a hard universal truth like this one. We didn't even know to ask for this kind of knowledge, because who does? Who wants to hear this? No ego wants us to hear this or know this, because my ego certainly believed that the line that separated Christ from Antichrist was this vast gulf. And then there's this gray area, right? There's this big spectrum of evil. And over here, there's goodness. And then over here, there's like really, really, really bad. And then in the middle of this, and there's this big, long spectrum. But that's not the case. There is consciousness above the line, and there is mechanicity below the line. That's it. That's what there is. And there's depths of mechanicity. There's depths of complexity. There's depths of suffering. There's depths to hell. How mechanical, how complex, how confused can you go? How low can you go? Just as there are levels and levels and levels of consciousness. There's levels and levels and levels of night, of light, of knowledge, of love. But make no mistake, no matter where you are up here, a slip on a banana peel and boom, you're down here. Because no matter what level you're at, it's not like this line separating mechanical consciousness from mechanical is in the middle. And as higher you go, it's creating this vast gulf. No. No matter where you go in terms of level, the higher you go, this line follows you. It follows you. And all it takes is a slip on a banana peel and you're below the line. But realistically, because you were an angel, if you slip below the line, because you're an angel up here, you fall as far as you had risen, which means the higher they rise, the lower they fall. This is where the axiom comes from. Every angel was once a demon, and every demon was once an angel. This is the hard fact. The line that separates Christ from Antichrist is the hairline. This is the very hard fact that none of us on the path want to hear, but we have to hear it. We have to see it. We have to know it. And more importantly, we have to recognize that we have the capacity. All of us have that capacity. Now, it doesn't mean we are afraid of it. We want to be like spiritual hypochondriacs and lock ourselves in a tower and not deal with anybody else for fear that we might turn into a demon. No, because that's a trick of the Black Lodge for us to become exactly what we don't want to become. But it's called being responsible. It's like responsible gun ownership. All of us are a loaded weapon. The more knowledge we gain, the more power we have. And the more effect we have when we unleash that knowledge, when we unleash that power into the world. So how do we unleash that power? How do we use that power? For whom and for how and to what effect, to what result? There's a tremendous responsibility which comes along with that. And then the recognition that I'm not qualified to wield that power. Only my innermost being is qualified to wield that power. And that's what our article about to herd or not to herd is all about. And so that we just wanted to kick that off today's sharing by sharing a story of our own. And now it looks like we have other people wanting to join the stream. So hello, Richard. So welcome.
Hi, Atlas. How you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
I thought I'd jump on.
All right. I'll tell you what, if you're just warm yourself up to the discussion, I've got a couple comments from Kamal Manzuki we need to get to. And it's not that I've been ignoring you, Kamal Manzuki, it's just we didn't want to break up the story and Richard was waiting in the background. So one fun ability I discovered is the ability to knock belligerent hornets out of the air. I discovered I could aim with my mind without even looking. My hands would just know where to go. And he says, I wouldn't even get bug guts on my fingers, and they would fall immediately to the ground, instantly taken out of commission. So Kamal Manzuki has an innate martial art ability to stun hornets without looking. That's like a scene out of the Karate Kid. Can you do it with chopsticks? So Azazel, of our story and saying the line that separates angel from demon is a hairline, and it's a slip on a banana peel. Both Azazel and Richard agree, presumably from their own experience and their own knowledge. So, Richard, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I have different experiences going on at the moment. My children are in the middle of their exams at the moment. So my two twins, 15 years old, what's in the UK called their GCSEs, which is kind of just below A levels, which is just below university. So they are very, very stressed right now. So the household is very kind of, there's a lot of very difficult energies to navigate.
Okay, well,
which is a great test, right?
Is it a great test of your patience?
It's an ultimate test of patience.
Is it? We're not a parent, so we can't speak with authority on the matter.
It's there's a mix between having to show compassion and having to show patience, and trying to create a space for them for all their emotions to manifest however they want to manifest, but also trying to create an element of higher level, I guess, perception on their situation, so they're not getting too stressed about it.
It's always one of the things that we run into when we're dealing with people online, especially in the new age, when we express, how love is severity and mercy in balanced measure, and it's applied with wisdom. it's only the parents who really respond positively to that.
Yeah, and that's very true. I mean, I tend more towards the severity side. You know, the the mercy side is useful at times, but as I'm sure you're aware nowadays, children growing up in this kind of woke millennial kind of mindset need a bit more severity. They've got too much mercy already.
Yeah, a bit. No, but you know what? It's there's when it's done properly, and that a child knows that the severity is for their own good, and that they come to understand that, yes, okay, mom and dad are being severe on me because they love me, that it's actually out of mercy, it's out of compassion that they're being severe. That's the important part, that they recognize, so that the child learns the nature of love. Because a lot of some parents, unfortunately, they can dish out the severity, but they dish it out in such a way that it comes across as cruelty to the child,
Absolutely.
and that's no good, right? That's not, and that's why so many children have so-called trauma,
Yeah.
because, and then especially the way they've been conditioned by school and whatever, and to be victims, right? To be perpetual terminal victims. A lot of them will just naturally, automatically process severity as trauma, and that's why you can't. Be critical of them, even in school, because it's considered verbal violence, right?
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
so, so this is an aspect that we're going to be covering in our book as well, and describe. And that's why wokeness is one of the aspects which contributes to the great awakening of humanity. When you convince people that they're so fragile that if someone even um, criticizes them in any way, they take it as a personal attack on their identity, and you can't,
Absolutely.
you know. Well, this is not a formula for creating a strong, confident adult.
It's not, but they get it from multiple angles now. I mean, the social media presence is incredibly high. So
Mm,
not only are they trying, well, not only am I trying to influence them as a father in their lives, trying to maintain that balance in the right way, but they've got so many different influential pressures from other directions that they'll take the easy route. And when there is an easy route which kind of entices them, like you said in your last live stream last week, those traps, those rabbit holes that you can fall down. The more disciplined, severe route doesn't seem so. It doesn't seem so pleasurable, does it? It doesn't. It's too much like hard work. So why not just take this route instead? let's let's not listen to Dad. He doesn't know anything. He's stupid. He's not lived his life at all, has he?
uh, yeah. Why do difficult things when you could be doing easy things?
Absolutely.
And it's but it's very that particular trap, uh, that one is it's insidious, because a while back, I can't remember how many weeks ago now, we did a live stream on flow and being in
Mm,
the flow state, and the path is a combination of severity and mercy. And the severity part, we have to be severe on ourselves. We have to be disciplined, and we have to work hard and focused and concentrated, and we have to work hard to relax and expend our energy on what's right and so on. But then it's like chutes and ladders, right? Or like a roller coaster. You got to climb these hills, but then there's always a downhill part. And that downhill part is that going with the flow part. So the problem is that the new age comes along and takes that going with the flow and says, no, you always go with the flow. And even though when you're doing the hard work, you're listening to your innermost, you're still going with the flow, but it's the hard work aspect of it. There could be a lot of resistance. There could be lots of obstacles that you actually have to actively overcome. And so the new age comes along and says, no. You never actually have to overcome anything. You're manifesting what you want and whatever, and everything just needs to flow magically into your life. And you don't need to actually have to exert any force or energy or any right. So again, it's that, and it's really insidious because that philosophy of going with the flow is an aspect of the path. But how easily it can be twisted into what you're describing about, well, why should I do the hard thing when I can do the easy thing?
Yeah.
Because there's a way to go with the flow that's really easy. And a lot of people confuse indulging their ego with going with the flow, and indulging their mystic pride with going with the flow. And that's automatic. You can do that without any effort.
Yeah, because it becomes mechanical. It's a mechanical process, like you say.
Yeah, and well, it's like dreaming, right? There's no effort involved when it comes to dreaming, and there's no effort involved when it comes to daydreaming.
No.
And there's no effort involved when it comes to indulging your gluttony or your laziness, right? And there's no effort involved when it comes to lust or pride. There's no effort. So it's all automatic, right? It's all just going with the flow, right?
Yeah.
That's how insidious all of this is, because how easily the Black Lodge can take aspects, and of course, because the Black Lodge is essentially AI, right? It's mechanical. So what they love doing is appropriating terminologies and aspects of the path and just twisting them a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? And they just twist it and corrupt it, or they misappropriate and they misapply it. Like when they took the word faith and they turned it into belief.
Yeah.
And now we have the entire world talking about faith, having faith, and really what they mean is I believe. And that's the Black Lodge did that. And so this is again, that's another aspect of the Great Awakening. So there actually is no word, there is no single word in the English language that denotes experiential knowledge anymore. Right? It's all been whitewashed and eradicated.
It's been cancelled.
Canceled. It's even worse than canceled, because it's actually been erased, and those words have been appropriated, and their definitions have been changed to mean something else. So they're literally not only are there no words, but the words that used to mean something different now mean something insidious and involved and just ego mind, like faith, like and this is going on now. I mean, well, it's now very, very, very blatant. Like the woke stuff is really blatant. The way they're erasing words and policing language and the culture wars and everything else. It is such an obvious weakening of humanity that, but because it's wrapped in this altruism, right? You're a good person if you're woke, aren't you, Richard?
Oh, yes. I'm a saint.
Aren't you, though? I know, because I was one. I was woke. I was indoctrinated into that. I went to university for English and drama. I studied critical theory. Not only did I study critical theory, I bought into it. At that time in my life, I was a total egotistical, I was operating out of my rational mind for the most part. I was an intellectual, elitist intellectual. And not only did I buy into that philosophy, using that philosophy, I wrote in my senior year a paper on Shakespeare. It was a postmodernist deconstruction of Shakespeare, and I won the Tompkin Prize for best essay in the English department. I gobbled that stuff up intellectually, philosophically. I was woke. That's why I know what they're like.
But you talk about the degeneration of the English language. You know, the degeneration of the English language is again, it's self-evident. My children tomorrow, they've got their English exam. Okay, so they've got their creative writing exam tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
But most of the communication I have with them at the moment, unless they're with me, is through text, and there's no English involved whatsoever anymore. So you know, it's just you've got to almost. I mean, in some ways, it's a great unlearning process. You know, when we talk about the conditioned ego and all the constructs that the conditioned ego uses to express itself through this physical reality, at some level, you have to use your intuition a lot more to understand what the hell they're trying to communicate to you. And I use the word "what the hell" because they're in hell when they're speaking to it because of all of the nonsense that's been programmed into their mind. And like I say, you're talking here about experience, spiritual experience. Marrying up, living in this physical reality with spiritual knowledge and having self-evident experiential knowledge of the spiritual. You know, my children up to this point, they're completely conditioned. And as a parent, I've really got to be very careful about striking the balance between maintaining a sense of not deconstructing the reality too much with the way I express myself to them, whilst also being able to maintain not my truth, the truth, right? The truth within myself, whilst having to act, I guess, at some level within that role as a parent.
It must be, well, it's a delicate dance, because it's dancing. Anytime you have to accommodate individuals and you want your children, obviously, to a degree, they need to arrive at their own answers.
Absolutely.
And as a parent, we can only imagine how difficult it is to let them have the freedom to make their own mistakes and arrive at the hard lessons the hard way, because that of course flies in the face of the paternal and the maternal instincts to protect your children.
It is. You talk about the bodhisattva vow, the path of the bodhisattva is to come back and try and attempt to alleviate suffering within suffering humanity. When it's very personalized, when it's within a familial unit of parent and child, and you see that there's a lot of suffering going on within that mindset, within that conditioned mindset, and yet you feel completely powerless in your ability to alleviate it. All you can do is ultimately hold space for it. And if you can hold a compassionate space for it, for those individuals to come, like you say, to their own conclusions and make their own mistakes, suffer what they need to suffer, hopefully wake up a bit within that suffering, or at least try to liberate themselves from that suffering, you can't do it for them.
We of course we don't experience this on the level of a parent and a child, but we do experience it on the level of individuals and the path. And it just serendipitously, a few months ago, there was an individual who entered into our life, and we were having conversations with them online and discussing with them about various different things. And one of them was their task, their purpose, their journey. And there was something about what they were wanting to do and how they were wanting to do it, which just didn't ring true for us. And it didn't ring, it was just something, it was just, they were not approaching it the right way. And when we offered them some guidance or some perspective on it, we were met with quite a bit of resistance and quite a bit of negativity, and then eventually anger, and then eventually silence, because they just they said, I don't want to hear it, and you don't know everything, and you don't know, and you only think you know, and and they just sort of, and then they cut off all ties. And we knew that they would be back, and we knew that we had done our job. We had planted a seed with them. Now they had to go off and find out that seed needed to germinate inside of them, and they needed to arrive at the conclusion for themselves. They needed to see what we saw for themselves. And it was the greatest birthday present yesterday when we got a call from them. And they said, we had a falling out, and I feel bad about that, and I'm not here to hold a grudge or anything else. On the contrary, I've had many revelations, and now I'm very excited about this new direction I'm taking, and I want to run it past you, because I know, if nothing else, I know that you're going to give me your honest response to it, right? And we spent a couple hours speaking yesterday, and I said, well, you know what? The direction that you're going in now, we have nothing to criticize. We have nothing to add or subtract. We have nothing to edit or steer you in a different direction or change your course because we think that you're off course. On the contrary, now what you're sharing with us feels like you're 100%, you know what you're doing, you've got your direction, and now it's the greatest birthday present we can receive, to hear back from you. And she's like, and we said, well, we have nothing.
Happy birthday, by the way, Attlas.
What's that?
Happy belated birthday. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. But when we said to them, we said, we have nothing to say against what you're talking about now. She goes, I'm really surprised. She goes, yeah, I'm really surprised. I'm saying, well, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. This is where you needed to get to. So now that you're there, the only reason why we were trying to dissuade you from the direction that you were trying to take the last time is because we knew that wasn't for you. It wasn't the right direction. And so this is an example of what the type of thing that we experience, again, not as a parent, where individuals very often will come into our life, and we plant a seed with them, and when we have to let them go. And sometimes the seed we plant with them is not received with open arms. right? It's oftentimes there comes some friction and there comes a break, and we just let them go, and we don't bother them, we don't follow up, we don't force anything, we just allow them to go and now do their thing in their own way, in their own time, and we put our faith and trust in their divine mother, because we all have a divine mother. And so even your children have a divine mother.
Absolutely.
Right?
I
And
keep reminding
so
myself of that.
there's a degree of letting go and letting God, right? That's a recovery movement expression, letting go and letting God.
Yeah.
But it can't be easy, because of all the traps, right? And we can't be naive. We can't just assume
No.
all the time. So that's why the severity part comes in, where you want to equip them as much as possible. You want to give them the tools and plant in them the seeds of what matters, so that when they do go out on their own, mom and dad's voice will also be ringing loud and clear, and it will be resonating along with their consciousness, with their conscience, so that when they are tempted, it's not just their conscience that's being pricked, but it's also the voice of mom and dad saying, now, remember, dear, when you're out there in the world, you might face XYZ, and XYZ don't give a rat's ass about your well-being. And certainly they don't care about the fate of your eternal soul.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, the whole kind of, I like the analogy of planting a seed. I love gardening. You plant the seed in the earth, and I like to grow vegetables, and grow organic fruit and all that kind of stuff, and it's all great. But sometimes the earth rejects the seed. Sometimes the earth hasn't been prepared correctly to be able to plant the seed. Or if the earth has been contaminated enough and poisoned enough, then the seed will die. So sometimes a process of purification and nurturing is required, and maybe healing even before the seed is received in a more kind of, with a higher probability of success for germination. So that is a fine balance. And one thing I've suffered quite a lot from in the past is that old rescuer archetype, where you kind of you jump in, I'll save you, and you end up playing that Karpman triangle, victim, perpetrator, rescuer, control drama, where you think, now I'm the perpetrator. Now everything's been turned against me. I tried to help you, and look at you now. You're attacking me now, and then they go find another rescuer. So there's this whole. You've also got to understand, when you're working with people, is are they getting something from being a victim? Sometimes you need to really use that, and like I say, it's about coming out of that naivety and developing that discernment, that spiritual discernment, that there's always a demon in play there, and that demon wants to suck you in to its drama, and it needs the three roles in order to play the drama, because a victim cannot play victim without a rescuer and a perpetrator.
And we get into things like codependency and narcissism. A narcissist needs, like you said, even a narcissist needs somebody else there to gaslight, so that they can continue that their worldview. So their sense of self and their worldview can be maintained, so they can continue living in their fantasy world, in which the entire universe revolves around them, and the entire universe is out to get them, except for those who adore them and worship them. And it's like, anyway, it's we could go on at length about that, but before we get too far down that rabbit hole, Hermes Tris has this comment to say: the movie Idiocracy comes to mind. With the way in which society level of collective intelligence is going, that movie is very prophetic. Idiocracy. Have you seen that? I don't think I've seen that. Is that a documentary or is that a movie? And Kamal Manzuki also looks like he sent flowers. I think those are flowers. Either that or it's a slice of pizza with all the toppings not on the slice. It's one of the
Pizza's
two.
always
But
good.
I think it's you know what? Somebody in my life made me cauliflower pizza for my birthday.
Oh,
So you know what that is? It's a gluten-free, wheat-free pizza crust made out of cauliflower.
to a half Italian, that's absolute sacrilege. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it is, but I'll be honest with you, it wasn't half bad. It was quite good. You wouldn't if somebody didn't tell you that it was cauliflower, you would be like, this is a strange and interesting pizza crust, but you would not think this is cauliflower.
Wow.
Oh, Kamal Manzuki says it's confetti. Well, thank you for clearing that up because
It's for your birthday, Atlas.
so coming back to just for a moment, coming back to I don't know what idiocracy is. I'm now tempted to find out. Idiocracy full movie. Idiocracy film explain. Idiocracy opening scene 2006. Mike Judge. Average in every way. Private. Oh, it's a movie. It's not a documentary. And apparently, I should be sharing this on YouTube. According to this, the full movie is available in high quality on YouTube. So maybe I'll watch that later, and then maybe we can exchange notes on it. So unfortunately, I can't add anything to the conversation about it because I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, apparently, no, it's not the full movie. This is what you know. What people do this on YouTube. They will post a video, and they will give it a title like this, so it's clickbaity. So they can get like everybody to click on it and watch it, and all they have to do is watch 1, 2, 3 minutes of it in order to feed the algorithm, and the rest of it is all blank. It's all just black screen. And there are so many videos like this on YouTube that are just BS videos, people playing the algorithm. They're just playing algorithm roulette, and they know how to dupe the algorithm into getting clicks and to getting higher up in the searches. So, but anyway, I'm sure I can find it somewhere on some streaming service or something, and then I'll give it a watch, and then we can maybe exchange some notes. Kamal Manzuki says, cauliflower pizza is good. Richard is has put on the red light.
I was turning the lights on in my kitchen because it was getting a bit dark.
He's no in that comment from Kamal Manzuki. Richard says that deserves putting on the red and yellow flashing beacon. Emergency.
No.
Culinary crimes being committed. Well, you know, just as an aside, yesterday, it's well, I'll bring that up maybe a little bit later. Hermes Tree says the word narcissist is so overused by narcissists when they realize you won't go along with their will.
Definitely had that one before.
You know, it's interesting because projection is the modus operandi of ego when it's defending itself. The best defense is a good offense. And there's no better way to deflect somebody's consciousness from paying attention to their faults than to project the fault onto another and then get the person hypnotized in the other person's imagined effect, the other person's imagined fault. And then, of course, what do you say to that? You can't. There's nothing you can say, because if you say, "Oh, you're just projecting your own ego onto me," they'll turn around and say, "No, that's what you were doing." And it's just this kindergarten schoolyard nonsense. Like, it's just completely. It's a complete waste of time. You can't win arguments with narcissists because they're passive aggressive.
Yeah.
You cannot win against someone who's being passive aggressive, because if you become passive, they steamroll right over you. And the more aggressive you become, the more you empower their passive aggression. Jennifer Allred comments that what Hermes Treese said here about narcissists is so true. It seems like there might be a story there. You're welcome to come on and share. And so is everyone. And if anyone else wants to pop on the stream, the link is on the screen. It's also the very first comment at the top of the page. But to be honest with you, we can, what else can we do here? Invite. We can copy and we can add the comment down here so it's more recent. Okay, so there it is, and it's in the comment section, and it's on the screen. Coming back to this,
there seems to be an entire YouTube movement at the moment on narcissism. You know, every time I go on YouTube, and even just to check out your live streams, Attlas, I just get swamped with all this stuff about narcissism and how to deal with it and how to recover from it. And it's absolutely it's an industry.
That's if I were very egotistical, I would say, if I was a narcissist myself, I would say that's the algorithm associating my live streams with being a narcissist. And that's
no. It's probably because I've clicked. It's probably because I clicked a few before, and I've listened to a few.
No, it's interesting. Well, let's face it. Let's be honest. Narcissism is the psychological standard for our age. I mean, I don't want to. Perhaps not your children, but certainly many of their friends. And look at all of the culture and the whole. Somebody recently did a poll here in the United States where they asked young people ages. I think they were aged 10, 14, and 18. Or maybe it wasn't that old, but they asked young people in kindergarten, or not kindergarten, in elementary school and in middle school, what do they want to be when they grow up? And the overwhelming majority of them said they wanted to be a YouTuber or a TikTok content creator, or in other words, they wanted to be famous. They wanted to be a famous influencer on YouTube or TikTok or one of these platforms. They didn't even what was it, Movie Star or whatever, didn't even rank in the top 10. So you see the power of the medium of social media and this platform. It's just, it allows people to anybody really to create a cult of personality around themselves. And whereas at least in the mainstream media and traditional media, there was a meritocracy there. Some degree of meritocracy. It depends on how cynical you want to be and how important you think nepotism and the casting couch was, because it certainly played a huge factor in Hollywood. And we found that out with the whole Harvey Weinstein and the Me Too movement, just how big a factor the casting couch was in Hollywood. What people don't talk about, by the way, is that casting couch exists for male actors just as it does for female actors. Because most people are oblivious to the fact that the majority of male actors in Hollywood are homosexual. And that many of the producers and many of the executives making casting choices, whether female or male, expect certain services in exchange for work. But of course that will never be discussed openly or publicly, because hey, that doesn't fit the woke agenda, right? But in any case, so narcissism and narcissism is, I mean, one of the reasons why people get into acting in the first place is that they want to be famous. But when I heard the results of that poll, that most young people today, they don't look upon Hollywood actors or that lifestyle or whatever as being glamorous anymore. They look upon the lifestyle of YouTubers as being glamorous, because they see the added benefit that they are completely in control of their own self-image. And they're not beholden to anybody. And that all you need is a computer, an internet connection, and a webcam, and a microphone. And guess what? Just about anybody and everybody can have access to that. So why not? And also, I mean, little things. The technology has been feeding this from the get-go. The whole selfie cam. Yeah. You remember that was what was a big thing about 10 years ago, wasn't it? The selfies and taking selfies, and everybody was taking selfies.
The selfie stick.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like everywhere you went, people were, even if they were just by themselves, they were holding up their phone, taking a picture of themselves with whatever was behind them. And it was like, why? What do you... And it turns out because they had Instagram,
to put it on Facebook,
to put it on Facebook, to put it on Instagram, they were creating a brand, an online brand around their personality, around their identity, around their it was narcissism. It's just all, and they were trying to commercialize their narcissism. And these platforms gave them a way to do that. That's what TikTok is. I mean, TikTok is notoriously bad for this. I mean, what, 3-minute videos, and they're like, and the platform was made for mobile phones. So it's like everybody
it's just junk food, isn't it? You know, it's just, and my kids are addicted to it. They're just like constantly, that's zombification process where they just get sucked in, and then you just see them, just their lives are just drifting past them whilst they're stuck on these blinking screens. I mean, it's funny actually, when the whole mobile phone thing came out, you know, I everyone's got a mobile now, right? I've got a mobile. I use my mobile for work a lot, but when my children expressed an interest, because obviously their friends had one at school, right? I said no. I said, you're not having one. You're not old enough. You're not responsible enough to be able to handle something as addictive as that, something as dopamine generating as that. And I got shot down in flames by my ex-wife. She said, no, let them have it. You know, all their kids have got them, right? They have to have it now. And even the schools started saying, you've got to have a phone because we're going to send you all your homework on it, and we're going to give you updates and messages, all your timetables. And so again, as that parental figure that sees the BS that's coming their way and sees the rabbit hole, the portal, the demonic portals that's sucking them in and feeding off their conscious energy and life force, again, powerless in that process, because that vortex is just too, there's too much momentum behind it, there's too much force behind it. But I was right. Their inability to regulate themselves on these things has created a life for them where most of their social interaction is through a screen now, rather than face to face. They meet with friends occasionally, but my goodness, they spend a lot of time on those things, and it's not good.
It's the mechanicity of it all.
Yeah.
It's the mechanicalness of it all. Let me get to this comment from Hermes Tris. The best way I have found, and he's talking about narcissists again. Mm-hmm. The best way I have found is not stop engaging, and the term "I'll agree to disagree" enrages them, but they have no answer for it. So let's agree to disagree, because let's agree to disagree is détente. And the reason why that enrages them is because they want you to keep going after them. They need you to go after them, to be offensive. They want that. They need that. That's what they feed on. That's their winning strategy, to keep gaslighting you and poking the bear until the bear bites or claws or snaps, right? And the minute you lose your temper, the minute you lose your cool, the minute you go on the offensive, bang, now they have you, because they've sucked you into the Black Widow's net. You're in the spider's web, right? You're in their trap now. Now they can play the victim. Now they can hit you with, "You're such a bad person, and that's verbal violence, and why are you attacking me, or you're a racist, and you're a misogynist, and you're a this and you're a that," right? So when you say to them, "Oh, well, you know what, let's agree to disagree," boom, you've shut them down because you've given them nothing. It's détente, right? And a passive aggressive person cannot function in a draw. So détente is the best, as Hermes Tris is expressing here. Détente is the best you can hope to get with a passive-aggressive person, because you don't win the argument. You can't win an argument against them, by the way. You can't. There's no winning, in other words. So you can't win. But if you're comfortable with a draw where they don't win, they actually lose. When they don't win, they lose. And exactly as Hermes expresses here, they become enraged because now you've robbed them of their winning strategy. Because a passive-aggressive strategy only works if their opponent is trying to win. But as soon as you don't care about winning anymore, as soon as you play détente, or as soon as you walk away or play blasé, or what, "Oh, yeah, well, we'll just agree to disagree," or whatever, and you just completely rob them of all of your attention and time and energy, and you don't feed them anything, you've now starved them, and this whole big elaborate trap that they've set for you, you've just like tap danced around it, and you're going
because that false self in them that's actually trying to gain validation from you, they don't care what kind of validation they get, whether it's positive validation or negative. It's validation, isn't it? And that false self needs validation in order to exist. So
what that false self needs, or what it wants, the validation that it's looking for is not the surface level validation that they would get from somebody that says, "Oh, you know what, you're so smart, or you're so beautiful, or you're so clever, or you're so," what the validation that the ego inside of them wants is we're alone in this world. We have to look after ourselves, number one, because nobody else will. And everybody is against us, except for those people who adore us and worship us. In other words, they need the dynamic to validate that worldview. So they don't care what you say to them, just as long as you're saying something to them that's validating that worldview. So you're either showering them with praise and flattery, which they soak up like a sponge, or you're attacking them and berating them, or trying to correct them, or whatever you say can and will be used against you in their court of law. Right? So it doesn't matter what you say, if it's an active act of aggression, or if it can be perceived or interpreted by them as an act of aggression, that's what they feed on, because in turn they turn that around, and now they use that as the evidence they need to validate their worldview, that everybody is out to get them, and that what they need to do is paint everybody and everyone as the villain, or as you said earlier, the perpetrator, and they are the victim. That's their worldview, right? Everybody else is a perpetrator and they're the victim, and the only people who aren't perpetrators are, what did you say earlier? Healers? No. Rescuers. But for them, for the narcissist, it's not rescuers they want, it's followers.
Yeah.
It's fans. And I don't know if you're familiar with that website called OnlyFans. You want to talk about narcissism? There is a site called OnlyFans where women, predominantly women anyway, can go on and create an account and make videos of a, let's say, of a risque nature, and they gain a following on that platform, and men pay money to be able to watch their videos. Men contribute, like a Patreon account, or like men will pay money to gain access to those videos.
It's like putting money in a slot machine.
Yeah, and then, well, or like any
performing monkey.
Well, you can call it that, but the more apt analogy is what they used to have in the 70s, right? Those peep shows.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they were called? That's what they were like. It was essentially, it looked like a vending machine.
Yeah.
And you put the money in, and the screen would rise up, and there would be a woman in the booth, and then she would give you a show, and then the time would run out, and the screen would go back down. They were called peep shows. And that's what OnlyFans is. It's a peep show on the internet. That's all it is.
It's just progressive.
I guess.
It's woke progressive.
It's very interesting though, because if you go onto YouTube, you will find some live streams or some videos where some of these women have now come out with a terrible amount of remorse and regret for having been on OnlyFans, because now their risque videos of themselves are in the public domain and they're online forever. They can never get rid of them. Right? It's like when people make a sex tape, and that sex tape gets leaked online, that sex tape is now in the public domain forever. Yeah. They can never get it out. They can never erase it. They can never get it out of the public domain. So a lot of
again, it's like that. It's that easy route, isn't it? It's the easy route into potentially making money. It's that, I can do it this way instead of that way.
Well, a lot of the OnlyFans, a lot of the women get into OnlyFans while they're in college, because they figure they can pay their tuition and they can avoid having a student debt by doing OnlyFans, and then they get their diploma, they go out into the world to try to get a job, and all of a sudden nobody's hiring them. Yeah. And they're like, well, we know that you have this OnlyFans account. and then we're just not comfortable, having you as part of our organization, because what if somebody were to recognize you,
Mhm.
right? Like how can you realistically be a defense attorney or a prosecuting attorney, in the local courtroom, when you're a public figure, a prosecuting attorney, or whatever, and then you have 4 years of lewd content distributed on the internet. Like, who's going to take you seriously? So, or how are you going to be a teacher, right? What school board is going to hire you when you have that in your past? So a lot of women are discovering, and then a lot of them can't even find a partner, because what it's like, what self-respecting man wants, to be walking around with the woman he loves on his arm, and then a bunch of like strangers coming up out of nowhere saying, "Oh, hey, I was one of your fans." Like, I mean, how is that going to make someone feel, right?
I'll be back in a minute, Atlas. I've just got a couple of things I need to sort out.
Oh, sure,
I've
not a
got to make
problem
sure
at
my
all.
kids are
In
going to
fact,
bed.
okay, yeah. So we'll say goodbye to Richard for a
Exactly.
minute while he has something to do, and we're going to say hello to Blake. Hello, Blake, Hermes
Yeah,
Tris. How are you?
yeah, good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
And happy birthday.
Thank you, Blake, and I appreciate that.
You
How,
actually. Uh, oh, sorry. What were you going to say? Sorry.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, I was meant to come on earlier when you were trying to get people on, but then I decided to do dishes, so I had to put. Had to do some tasks first, and then come on, because I actually wasn't meant to stay up this late, but it just turned out that I prioritized things, did some shopping after work, and then I see 5 minutes. This is going to start, so now I'm here. So it's it will be at a loss of sleep, but it's worth it in the end. I find when events lead to this show, which tends to happen a lot. So it's good.
Well, we're glad to have you. What time is it in your neck of the woods?
It's 10 to 5. It's
In
10 to 5 in the
in the
morning.
morning?
Yes, in
Oh my
Australia.
god.
Yes,
Now, are you in Australia or New Zealand?
Australia. So Western Australia, Perth.
Western
So
Australia.
yeah. So
Okay.
we're 2 or 3 hours behind the east coast of the rest of Australia as well. So most of the time, yeah. But why I particularly popped on just then is only you're talking with OnlyFans. OnlyFans is very interesting. It's I would go even further. It's even deeper. It's pretty much at the moment. It's like the epitome of what's happened to the, let's say, sacred masculine. I think we were talking about this in your last show when we're talking a bit about this in the comment. I was commenting. Um, so you've basically got you've got two extremes. You were describing the females very well there. So a lot of the females are going on there, and you've even got young professional women. Got,
Mm.
let's say, lawyers, things like this. They can earn more money on OnlyFans, so they do, and they'll do things like just showing their feet because
Yeah.
they'll have a bunch of they'll have a bunch of men, but you have two extremes. You made a good point about how the women can't get a self-respecting man that they want, but then they could have many of these men that follow them, but they're all what's I hate using the new vernacular, but it is accurate. Simp. They call them simps. So you've got one extreme to the other extreme. You've got these men, and this is what this attack on manhood, this is the point that it's gotten, that you've got all these men spending more money than frankly they could be spending on porn. Like there's better bang for their buck going spending on pornography or even a prostitute or something like that, the amount of money that these men are spending because they get enraptured in this thing. So do you get where
So
I'm coming? This is how bad it's gotten.
so you are attributing the OnlyFans phenomenon directly to the weakening of men, and
Yep.
whereas with the, for example, if you can allow us a moment to to express something of a potentially crude aspect of masculinity in this humanity. Under normal circumstances, what many men seek through pornography and through prostitution is a power fantasy where the man gets to play out the dominance role that they are unable to do with regular partners. They get to play out that fantasy through pornography or through prostitution. But what you're suggesting here is that OnlyFans, it's the reverse of that, where the men who are attracted to OnlyFans, they are the woman hosting the site, attracting these men. She is the dominant one, and they are crawling on their hands and knees to worship at the feet of this goddess or this dominatrix or whatever, who's giving them little bite-sized morsels of herself in whatever way, shape, or form she deems to dole it out or dish it out on OnlyFans. But like microtransactions on a mobile game or a slot machine that teases you with the chance of winning $1 million, just put another silver dollar in the slot machine.
Yeah.
It's this constant dopamine hit, but it's so it's like
It's
when you
interesting you bring in games. It's interesting you bring in games because it really kind of started off there. So are you aware of a Twitch?
yes,
Twitch, which is, yeah. So they've banned a lot of it now, but
right,
it still goes on. But on Twitch, you had a lot of the gamer girls. They
right.
kind of started this, and then OnlyFans popped up a few years ago, whereas on
Yeah.
Twitch it was 5-6 years ago that this was going on, where these girls, these gamer girls, were all started becoming all sexualized, playing their video games, and they had all these uh, men that that are lonely, have no self-esteem, and this is all endemic of the culture as well, because this is reinforcing, and then this is like an outlet, and this is what I see OnlyFans is. It's like the epitome of that, because it's not, because they're not necessarily there for the pornographic aspect, because a lot of it isn't like, as I said, you can get a better outlet from other sources and much more cost effective. But these men are, it's like they're lonely, they can't get a connection with a female, so this is what they go to.
Well, when you so the point that we were making is OnlyFans caters to a very particular kind. When you say they can get more bang for their buck with other outlets, you're talking about pornography.
Yeah.
That's assuming that, see, pornography is fulfilling the power fantasy of men. And OnlyFans is not fulfilling a power fantasy for men. OnlyFans is fulfilling a power fantasy for women. It's fulfilling the simp status of those men who have no self-esteem, who can't get a date, who they are what they call them in the woke culture. They call them incels, right? Involuntary celibates. So these are the basement dwelling, geeks and whatever. They don't have the charisma, they don't have the self-confidence to go out and succeed with women in the world. So they have no choice but to basically idolize women from afar, and OnlyFans caters to that aspect of their psyche, of their personality, that they don't deem themselves worthy, and they certainly don't have any power fantasies to play out with women, because they see themselves as beta males or gamma males. Like, so I think it's catering to a very specific niche market. And these are the people that in the olden days, these are the men who would be, for example, peeping toms, right? It's that voyeuristic peeping tom, because a peeping tom doesn't have the confidence to even hire a prostitute, right? They have to do everything covertly, and like they're like a sneak thief or whatever, right? They're cowards.
Yep.
And so like we were saying earlier about the peep shows. The peep shows, there's like a one-way glass, it's one-way mirror or whatever. So they can see in, but the woman can't even see who's looking at her. So it's this type of OnlyFans thing. And there's been versions of this only in the past, but the versions of this in the past have been like pornographic, whereas OnlyFans is just like lewd. It can be erotic and it can be a lot of things, but it's not necessarily pornographic.
Yeah, exactly.
And so but all of this is just indicative of just again, that collective weakening of humanity, and how there are now so many different outlets catering to every conceivable fetish and desire, no matter how niche it is. It's now becoming mainstream. Everything is coming out of the shadows, and everything is going mainstream. And it won't be long before the big P word, and we can't say the word out loud because the YouTube algorithm will penalize us for it. But the big P word is going to be added to the LGBTQ letters, and they're going to add P to that. And it won't be long before some court somewhere in the world rules that that particular sexual degeneration qualifies as a bona fide sexual orientation.
How dare you say that? How dare you say that you're transphobic? You know this, but you're but you're right. You're right. You're so
well,
right.
they're gonna say you're pedophobic. They're gonna say you're pedophobic. That's what the word is gonna be. You're a pedophobe. Whereas before, obviously, the bad word and the word that was against the law was a different pedo word, right? But now it's going to flip 180 degrees. And now, if you speak out against that, about the corruption and assault and exploitation of children, now you're going to be a pedophobe. And that's how, again,
they've started doing that in the UK already. They've started introducing into the education curriculum from the age of 4. You've probably seen this in America and Canada as well. Certain teachings around sexuality and how to masturbate, this kind of stuff at the age of 4. And there was one thing I saw the other day, because obviously my parents, my children aren't that age anymore, but I sometimes get communications from people whose children are that age, and they're very concerned about that agenda that's being pushed. But I remember when I was a child, there used to be lots of adverts on the television saying, if a stranger comes up to you, call someone, or don't speak to them if you don't trust them or don't know them, or run away. There were all sorts of kind of things about, be stranger danger, which again is fear at some level. But, there was that caution that was kind of instilled into you as a child. But nowadays it's, don't be rude to the stranger. You might hurt their feelings. That was in one of the educational texts they're trying to introduce into the school system now is oh no, you mustn't scream or be afraid or offend the stranger, because you might hurt their feelings. And I looked at it and I thought, wow. I mean, if that isn't demonic, I don't know what is. But it's kind of it's happening, and it's being introduced in very insidious ways through the back door. And parents who are standing up to it now, they are litigating. They are spending their life savings in courts at the moment, trying to stop this agenda being pushed through. And they are losing. They are failing. They are having to pay massive court costs. They're losing their homes, and they're being ostracized and actually being punished by the system for daring to object to what is classed as being more enlightened, progressive thinking when it comes to this kind of stuff. Well, Atlas, with that, I'm going to have to leave you this evening because I've got some stuff to attend to. But lovely to be on the show again, as briefly as it's been. I hope to be able to jump on again very soon.
Yeah, well, we're it's always good to have you, and glad you could join us. And have a good evening.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Right.
We'll speak again soon. All right.
Okay, will do. Take care, my friend.
See you, Blake.
See you, Richard. Nice meeting you. See you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, and then there were two. Actually, there's 10 of you in the background somewhere.
Oh,
There's more space available if anybody wants to.
come out. You know. But
But
well, if I may, it's interesting what he was saying with the what we're talking about with the transgender stuff and what that's going to lead to. There was a documentary. I can send you the link later, but there was a documentary. This female, she's what you call now a TERF, that's another big irony. You had like Jermaine Greer, and you had these feminists that for years um were on the they were pretty much the leading edge of feminism, and now it's when they start saying that when they start saying that trans that that the trans agenda and all that stuff is actually anti-woman, and
right,
is a bunch. Well, I think Jermaine Greer used a crude metaphor, but it's pretty apt. She said it's mutilated men acting as women are trying to take away women's rights, basically along those lines. And this is the whole thing with J.K. Rowling. So they call her a TERF as well, because they're stating the obvious that this is also an attack on women. It's not just an attack on men. It's an attack on both sides. And this documentary was actually saying that looked into the transhumanism side of it, and was saying that one of the leading thinkers in transhumanism, basically about 10-15 years ago, was advocating for transgenderism to become the big major new thing, because that's the way to transhumanism, to humanism. Because once you get people to accept that they don't have a sex and that everything's fluid, they'll then accept the digital outcome. And it's very interesting. So this journalist, she does the research, and basically all the stuff. Now, of course, we had the gay rights movement and all that, but that was a separate thing. That was separate. What this is now originates about 10 years ago, and of course, it's the same model. There's many NGOs and hundreds of millions of dollars, and now there's a whole industry that is making money from the, what's I know this is a crass way of saying it, but I can't. The mutilation, all the plastic surgery and everything. It's now become an industry as well onto itself,
right,
and it's
right.
just disgusting as well.
Yeah, they call it the transitioning.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, all of this relates to the great awakening of humanity, right? So again, in our upcoming book, these are the 4 pillars. So transgenderism falls under the woke category, and transhumanism is its own category. But as you point out, the two things are intimately connected, even though nobody in the woke community is pushing transhumanism. But as you point out, their job, it's like a two-pronged attack, right? You attack from both sides. But the point is that all of wokeness, all of radical liberalism is mechanicity masked as altruism.
Yep.
Right? It's Marxist Leninist communism, which is mechanicity by definition. It's mechanical by definition, because equality of opportunity is a meritocracy requiring consciousness, is individualism. But equity or equality of outcomes is mechanical. It's arbitrary. It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, or anything else. Everybody is equal, and everybody is going to get the same. That is by definition an arbitrary mechanical process. It is not conscious, it's automatic. And anything that happens automatically without consciousness is mechanical, is mechanicity. And as we describe, there is no such thing as good and evil. Good and evil, we should wipe these terms from our consciousness entirely. What there is conscious and mechanical. Or another way to say it is there's divine and then there's mechanical. Mechanical is just, and again, the connection between transgenderism and transhumanism, you just rightly point out how one leads to the other. Because if you're indulging the machinations of ego mind into convincing you that your gender is a social construct, that your gender identity is an AI construct, because remember, as we talked about several weeks ago, that AI was not born when computers were created. AI was born thousands and thousands of years ago when this humanity fell into ego. Because we all have our own AI, it's called ego. We all have our own AI, it's called our ego personality. That false self, that's an AI. And our rational mind is an AI. And all you have to do is look at ChatGPT and look at the way it was designed and look at the way it behaves to know that it's a digital model of the synapses of the human brain, of the rational mind, of the monkey mind. So this transgenderism and transhumanism is the end game of the Black Lodge, because all the Black Lodge is the epitome of mechanicity. And demons are, and we've said this before, the ultimate bad guy, villain. And you look at the scariest villains, the scariest adversaries in science fiction, and they are the Terminator, the Xenomorph from Aliens, which is a biomechanical entity. It's part biology, part machine. That's the lore of the Xenomorph. But then there's the Terminator, and then who else? Probably one of the greatest villains of all time, Darth Vader. And that great line from Empire Strikes Back when Obi-Wan's Force Ghost tells Luke, he's more machine now than man, twisted and evil. And how that machine nature of Darth Vader, this twisted and evil cybernetic organism, is that it's his cold-heartedness, right? It's that cold-hearted efficiency, that ruthless efficiency, that heartless, soulless. This is what the Black Lodge is. And so that's why modern society is what it is: secular, atheist, materialist, rational, intellectual. And the only emotions that we care about or that are supported are all sentimentality. It's all attachment and identification. Like all woke culture is all about identity politics, right? What I identify as. It's all identification. And all of these things are all mechanical in nature. There's nothing divine about any of it.
Well, that's truly
evil. That's what in the olden days they called evil.
well, that's truly the interesting thing is the elite and the Black Lodge that is channeling this, basically just through all this thought they want to go back to this whole dynamic of where all the cattle. This is this is what it's all leading to with the transhumanism and depopulation and everything else. It's the same thing, and it's the same outcome you're describing, is this very narrow view, and people just don't get it. It's even when you look at it historically and you complicate it and everything else, it's still the same power dynamic that was happening 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. So it's all the same thing, as you're saying.
It's look, communism or any other way, it's the dominance of the many by the few. It's the hive mind. It's just a hive, because you have in a hive, you have the queen, and then you have the workers, and that, to the people in power, they have always uh, sought to create that arrangement, because, again, the line that separates divine from mechanicity, right? Mechanical nature will reflect divine nature. So look at the honeybee. That's also a hive, right? And look at the worker, like there's worker bees, and then there's drones, and the drone's job is to mate with the queen. And after they mate with the queen, they die. That's their only job. The male honeybees, their only job is to inseminate the queen, and then they die. And the rest of the worker bees are all female. The rest of the hive is all female. But look at what they produce, right? That's a divine phenomenon of what they produce. Honey is the food of the gods. It's every master knows that no master eats sugar, cane sugar. If they want to sweeten something, they eat honey, and they know the power, the sunlight, and the energy and everything that's in honey. But then but you see, mechanically, the same thing exists in a termite mind. Now, what do termites do? Or ants, right? They're scavengers, and termites especially break things down. Termites are there to take wooden structures and turn them into dust, basically sawdust. But it's the same structure. You have an elite queen, and those termites around her that tend to her and her larvae and the eggs. And then the rest of the termites are they're scavengers, and they're builders, they're workers, they're carving out the termite mind, or they're building the termite mind bigger. And then they're the ones that are going out and bringing home the food, which is basically they're devouring dead wood, and they're breaking down dead wood. So they serve a purpose in nature. But this structure is the ultimate in mechanical structure, and the mechanicity of insects. The most mechanical insects are insects that behave in this hive organization. And communism just seeks to reproduce this on the level of humanity. And this is the way that you get a humanity to fall completely into mechanicity, so that when the humanity is wiped out, any remnants from that humanity are going to be trapped in that mechanical thinking, in the mechanical way. In fact, Master Samael writes that modern day ants are a devolved lineage of once upright humanoid insectoid humanity that lived on this planet, and that humanity fell into devolution. They fell into mechanicity, and what we see today is the ultimate expression, and where that mechanicity led them on that devolving arc of devolution. And you look at other devolving species, you can look at chimpanzees, for example, and you look at their behavior, and you look at the mechanicity of their behavior and the way they structure and organize themselves, and some of the behaviors that they have, and you say, okay, well, you can identify the mechanicity, in other words. And unfortunately, you look around our society, or you look in yourself, and you observe the automatic, mechanical, reactive aspects.
I don't know if it's happening here in Australia. I don't know if it's happening I'm not sure if this is happening in Canada, but in Australia at the moment, we've got a big rental crisis. Or housing in general, but we have a big, so it's, this is how ridiculous it's getting. So in Australia, of course, like every other country, interest rates were very low, too low for too long, too low for too long. Now they've been upping everything. So this has caused, and in Australia for a long time, investment, they have a term negative gearing, which means like if you invest in property, you can deduct that off your tax. And so the property bubble in Australia is very big. There's a lot of investment property. So because interest rates are going up, rental prices have been increasing. But at the same time, I think occupancy rate in Australia is like 0.5%, but 0.5 of a percent. So so it's very hard for people to get a house. So you've literally got people like, and like they're even saying 9 out of 10 people that are now homeless are like ex-professionals who've just given up. It's gotten too hard there, and these aren't your normal run-of-the-mill homeless. You know, your people that choose to go there. These people that have fallen into that, and at the same time that they're doing this in Australia, they've just announced that the left-wing Labor government's announced they're going to allow 700,000 immigrants to come in. So they can't build enough houses because of the sanctions, the building crisis, and now they're doing all this. But as a result, you're seeing more and more people degenerate more and more as a result into more of this lifestyle. So you're talking people working their whole lives, working very well. They have a mental break, and then they're on the street, they have a mental break, and that's it. They're falling into this hole, and they may never get out of that again. And these are educated people. This is not like this is it's going full circle now, and I'm sure it'll be going all over. It'll be happening all over in the Western world because it seems it's by design. It seems it's very much by design.
We can describe for you what was happening here in Canada. Canada, a number of years ago now, it's got to be a decade ago, passed a law that because the Conservative government wanted to attract foreign investment into the country. And so they passed a law that said, if you're a foreigner, so long as you invest $2 million in the Canadian economy, you essentially can buy your way into Canadian citizenship. You'll get a Canadian passport and Canadian citizenry, but you have to invest $2 million in the Canadian economy. Now, the language in the law was very loosey-goosey, and the law favored mostly Chinese nationals who were part of the Chinese upper class. And what they did, because $2 million would buy you a nice condominium in downtown Vancouver. So what they would do is they would come and buy through real estate agents. They wouldn't actually come here. They're through real estate agents. And these real estate agencies started advertising this in China. But the foreign ministry, the foreign relations minister of Canada, wasn't shy about this. Canada was promoting this around the world, to all the countries around the world. Come to Canada, buy your way into Canada, $2 million.
Now it's similar here because in Australia they allow foreign investment, and apparently a lot of the apartments that the foreign investors are buying, like not the big like BlackRock, that's a whole nother subject, they're buying up as well, but the little investors and the Chinese investors, a lot of them a lot of those ones are vacant. They're just not renting them out. And is this the
Exactly.
same thing? Is this the same thing in Canada, where
Exactly.
they're just not rented out as well? Yeah.
Now, and then the reason why they're not rented out is because the people buying these condominiums, they're buying them for their sons and daughters, so that when their sons and daughters come of age, they can come and study in university in Canada. Or if things get really bad in China, they can uproot themselves and come to Canada, and they can take all of their wealth and everything into Canada, because as part of the deal in which they came to Canada in the first place is they bring their money. But the first $2 million is like a down payment, and then they buy this condo. But of course, they don't. No wealthy Chinese person will live in a place that was lived in by a stranger, that was lived in by a tenant. So
Yeah,
everything that they
I think
buy,
it's the same. I think it's exactly the same thing. Yep.
everything they buy is sitting vacant. And so because of that, upwards of 30% of the inventory of condominiums in Vancouver are vacant, and they are vacant to this day. 30%. So just imagine taking 1/3 of the housing off the market, just like that. Just imagine, like, because it's all supply and demand.
Yep.
So now the other thing that was happening here in Canada was called gentrification. And that's where what they would do is a real estate developer, because the real estate prices were going up and the interest rates were low and the prices were going up, it made sense for real estate developers to start expanding the inventory into areas that weren't typically desirable. But now they were becoming desirable because what is desirable is priced out of the market. So what they would do is they would go into a neighborhood where there was an apartment complex that were renting units for, let's say, $500 a month. The developer would buy an old church or an old warehouse and renovate it and turn it into luxury loft style condominiums or luxury loft rental units. And on the ground floor there would be an organic market and a cafe or a Starbucks or a spa or whatever. And then they would build this luxury apartment, whatever, how many units, and they were renting for over $1,000 a month. And when they did that, the businesses and around they would do this whole development of an entire block area, and all of a sudden, all of the nature of the neighborhood, it was so-called gentrified. And what used to be a neighborhood for low income families now would be gentrified, and all the apartment buildings around that were renting for $500 a month, all of those landlords would see the gentrification happening in the neighborhood, so they would start increasing their rent. Or what they would do is they would renovate their apartment buildings to gentrify, to bring it up to the new standard, so they too could rent their apartment units for $1,000 a month. And so instead of adding affordable housing to the market, now the existing affordable housing, all of it is going up in price. And through this gentrification of neighborhoods, and now everything is being pushed higher and higher and higher in terms of money. And then so the inventory of affordable housing is getting squeezed less and less and less and less. And the third thing that was happening to add pressure to this is this thing called Airbnb. And I'm sure they have it in Australia too.
Yeah, they
And
do. Yeah.
Airbnb, someone who, let's say I bought a condominium, and I bought a condominium for investment purposes, and I was renting it out. Let's say that condominium was in downtown Toronto, and I would normally be able to rent it out at $1,000 a month. And that's a good steady income, and that's fine. But if my condominium is in downtown Toronto, and I'm close to the Sky Dome, and I'm close to the CN Tower, and the Brewery District, and the Entertainment District, and the Toronto International Film Festival, and all of that is in walking distance of my condominium, well, guess what? I'm not going to rent that for $1,000 a month. I'm going to put it on Airbnb and rent it for $1,000 a weekend or $1,000 a night, because it's a luxury condo, and that's how much a hotel room goes for $500 in downtown Toronto, just a hotel room. So I could rent my entire condo out for $1,000 a weekend, and now I have the potential of renting that out of 52 weekends, plus how many weekdays. And these short-term rentals, instead of renting that condo for $24,000 a year, if I rented out 50 weekends out of the year, right, I'm now getting $50,000. And then plus the weekdays that I'm also can rent it out for, let's say $500 a night. And so when you start adding that up, maybe I can get $100,000 a year out of that condo instead of 24,000. But that takes that condo off the market, because nobody can afford to pay those prices if what they're looking for is a regular residence. So you have in cottage country north of Toronto and all in downtown Toronto, anywhere where people want to go for like a weekend or a week, for a vacation, for a holiday or whatever, or people are coming on a business trip and they don't want to live in a hotel room, they want to feel like they're living at home. They use Airbnb, but because of that, that's also was squeezing the inventory of rental units. And all of this, it's supply and demand. If you're reducing the rental units available, the price for the rents go up. And so this, what you're describing there in Australia, this is happening, to the best of my knowledge, in every single metropolitan area, certainly in the Western world, and just about everywhere in the world. This same phenomenon is now taking place. It's
Yeah.
happening everywhere.
Can you see what I'm saying with like how like people? I think this will add to people in general, like even their own mentality and mindset, just de-evolving as well. Like I know, let's not say in their position before they would have been egotistical, but at least they're contributing and achieving something. Now people are getting so pushed out and disorientated that the only thing for them is what you're told. Then you're going living off government benefits. Then you're down the whole this whole mechanistic pathway the government has created for you for for mental health and everything else. It's all the same. It's all the same thing. It just becomes more and more.
Well, all of these crises are being engineered.
Yeah.
And they're being engineered so that eventually the populace will cry out in their desperation, save me, save me. And the government will then swoop in with these sweeping changes. And that's the Great Reset and Plan 2030, when they're going to say, you will own nothing and you will be happy. It's called communism. They'll seize all the property from everybody except for the members of the elite and the ruling party. Okay, they'll get the cream of the crop. They'll get to choose the pick of the litter. Everybody else will be taken away from them and get redistributed. And all the people in the party will be given all the choice things at the top. And all the party loyalists, all these woke people, they will get their choice selection. And then at the bottom of the barrel, the people who will have things assigned to them will be all those conservatives and all those people who are speaking out against woke and the culture wars. All those people will be at the very bottom, living in the equivalent of ghettos and living with the actual lowest standard of living, despite the fact that this is all supposed to be equity and equitable. Remember that my parents lived through communist Hungary, right? And lived through the experience of communist Eastern Europe. My mother was alive and witnessed the Soviets come and take away her family home from them. And she saw our family home in Budapest given to a high-ranking party official of the Communist Party. And then they were relocated to basically a ghetto on the other side of the river, into a small apartment, the three of them. So their house was taken away from them, and they were put into an apartment. This is all coming. This is all going to happen. So all this housing crisis and everything that's happening right now is being engineered so that the people at the bottom will start crying out for change. And then the government is going to say, okay, well, clearly we can't allow the private sector to manage housing anymore because look at the crisis that they created. So the government is going to manage everything now. And clearly we can't allow private ownership of vehicles because look at the environmental catastrophe. So the government is going to manage everything now. So you're going to receive an allocation. And clearly we can't allow the private sector or individuals to manage how much meat they eat because look at the environmental disaster and look at global warming that all those cows cause. So now everybody's going to be given a government issued allotment of protein, and it's going to be an issue of protein. And you're going to receive like the equivalent of food stamps or whatever, or coupons. You can get so many grams of protein every month.
Protein, or do you mean insects? Is that
Protein. No,
yeah,
that's exactly why I was doing this.
yeah.
Right? And it's protein. You're going to get your protein allocation. And so, and it's all in the, and as you said, what is going to come out of this, that nanny state, right? Where the government is centrally controls everything and everybody is so-called being treated equally, except those people who get a preferential treatment, right? That is not advertised, that nobody, you know.
Do you know that the app? Do you know that the app is actually being the app at the moment to do a lot of this is actually being test run in Ukraine at the moment. So you know in Ukraine how the government can't pay for any, it's virtually bankrupt. So the US government is financing all of the bureaucratic workers and everything else in Ukraine at the moment. So, and it's come out the other day. Congress is, I think it's up to $15 billion they've paid already, where they're not sending it to the government of Ukraine. It's through this app, and the US government is through this app is directly paying these individual workers, and they're all linked up to it. And it's like a one user ID system.
Yeah, so
And this, yeah,
yeah, it's an elaborate beta test of that
yeah,
platform.
exactly.
Mhm. And
And
is
what
it
do you
a
think?
digital currency? It's a digital
Yes,
currency.
yes,
Yeah,
and it's a central bank digital currency
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
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 it's
yeah,
all one thing apparently.
yeah.
And
So
they're going and I think they're trying to get it rolled. They're trying to get Nambia to start using it as well, and a bunch of other coun- countries that are under US thumb. So they're already testing it in, let's say, well, Ukraine is the third world. Let's, it's a third world colony of the West. So, and now that they've created. So yeah, that's what they're going to use to roll out over here once they're ready, I suppose.
so and the whole point of all of this is, again, you, as you were saying earlier, it's attuning people, it's acclimatizing people and conditioning people into that ever more mechanical existence where, like a rat in a laboratory, press you press the bar, you get the pellet, right? And it's this um, generic, like making everything generic and homogenizing everything, and it's just like every dystopian nightmare that science fiction writers have seen into the future, essentially everything from 1984 to Brave New World and everything in between. Um, and so things like the legalization of psychedelics, but more importantly, the pharmacological commercialization of psychedelics. It's not so much that they care about, legalizing mushrooms and stuff. No, it's the pharmaceutical industry that is actively and eagerly pursuing the pharmacological evidence and rationalization to use to administer psychedelics as a regular therapy for some of the most common mental illnesses that people suffer from. So, for example, anxiety and depression. Well, they are seeking FDA approval for a number of psychedelic extracts for the treatment of anxiety and depression. Now, the key here is treatment. So what they're treating are the symptoms. But in order for the symptoms of anxiety and depression to subside, these people have to be on psychedelics all the time. What's that going to do to them? It's going to mean that their consciousness is constantly in a lunar state. So they're going to be dreaming more and more than they already are. They're going to be more zombified, more dreaming, less conscious, less aware of what's going on. And they will be more suggestible. Because that's what psychedelics do. They make you more subject to the lunar mind, the subconscious mind.
Was there ever, like, with psychedelics, was there ever a place for them, like, in a healing way? Like, I know the way they're being suggested now, you're right, because the whole thing is this microdosing, what they talk about microdosing, which is not a breakthrough where not a breakthrough where you have it, where you astral project. It's this little dose that, as you're suggesting, it makes you more susceptible, it makes you more suggestible and more docile. But was there, like, because there's always this, I know in, like, the new age community, there's all this talk like, oh, shamans used psychedelics as a way of healing people and all this. Was there ever a legitimate reason for their use?
Two reasons. One, and this is only in more recent times, that if you took a skeptic, an atheist or a skeptic, or someone who had a hardened heart or very cynical and in denial of God or spirituality or the higher planes or dimensions or any of that stuff, okay, you could administer to them in a ceremony psychedelic, and they would have an experience of the internal worlds that would transform their perception of reality, and they would return and they would realize that there's a whole other world out there, and that their secular atheist materialist viewpoint was very narrow and ignorant. So psychedelics can serve that purpose, but you only have to take that trip once to have that realization. Yeah?
Yeah.
The second reason, the healing part, is that psychedelics, and in particular Mother Ayahuasca, and so I call it Mother Ayahuasca the same way that the natives do, because Mother Ayahuasca will take you into hell, and she will show you what you need to see. If it's administered properly, under the right circumstances, with the right ceremony, and the initiate is prepared with the correct psychic preparation, with humility and everything else, and they're not going on a trip for fun. They're going on a trip into their subconscious mind, into their shadow, into the, and Mother Ayahuasca will show you what you need to see. For example, Dr. Gabor Mate, who you can find his YouTube.
I'm aware of him. Yeah.
And you know that he's the only Canadian physician, psychologist, who has been given a license in Canada to administer ayahuasca for therapeutical use.
Oh no, I wasn't aware. I've just discovered him. So yeah.
He's one of the preeminent leaders in the world on the treatment of severe addiction. So he works with the people who are completely lost and helpless and hopeless. Nothing works with them. Nothing. No therapy. Nothing. These are the people who are completely and totally and utterly possessed by the demon of addiction, and most of them are heroin addicts, hardcore heroin addicts from the west side of Vancouver, where These people were living on the street for years, begging, not for food, just to get another hit of heroin in their arm. And that was basically their sustenance. What was keeping them alive was being able to get another hit of heroin. These are the types of people that that Gabor Mate has worked with. And not only worked with, he takes them on a bus up into the mountains of British Columbia, and there he performs and reproduces with great authenticity the ceremonies of the shamans of South and Central America. In other words, he replicates the sacred ceremony of Mother Ayahuasca as he administers it to these patients. And he knows, and when he talks about it, the language that he uses is that once someone can come face to face with their demon, something happens where they now comprehend the nature of their addiction in a way that they could never have comprehended it otherwise. They come face to face with their demon, and once you see your addiction for what it really is, you can no longer feed it. Well, this is comprehension. This is comprehension of an ego. This is comprehension of your demon. This is what Mother Ayahuasca can do. This is what psychedelics can do when they take you into the lunar astral plane and you have what's called the so-called a bad trip. Well, it's not a bad trip. It's a good trip. Those are the good trips. If you come out of that going, oh my God, but you see, if you have no guidance, if you have no shaman, if you have no spiritual framework, if you don't have the Aum of life or revolutionary psychology as a framework before you take that trip, you just come back and go, oh my God, I had a terrible trip. I had a bad trip. I ran into a monster. I ran into this and I saw this and I saw that. Or when I was in the trenches of World War I and everybody was dying and I was covered in mustard gas. You know what I mean? Or whatever. And then it just suddenly becomes a great story to tell everybody else, right? When you're talking about your trips, right? You can't get anything out of it because your consciousness wasn't prepared for the experience. So you get all the wrong things out of the experience in the same way that everybody taking psychedelics who are shown the universe and the gods and the this and the that, and oh, you're one with everything, and they feel themselves one with everything. They come back from that trip believing that they're enlightened. Believing that they're already God. They're gods with everything. Oh, we're all one. We're all happy. They turn into this new age hippie, the creature of mystic pride, and they're lost. They're lost in hell. They're trapped in the matrix of their own subconscious mind. Why? Because they took that psychedelic trip for fun. They took it to become spiritual.
Well, no, I knew people like that who'd take it like every couple of weekends, like every weekend or as much as they could, and go party and play the doof music and go out and connect to nature, connect to source.
That's an
But
addiction.
it's exactly that.
It's a drug addiction. In other words, every substance, every single substance, and I mean without exception, if taken in the correct dose, under the correct circumstances, every substance can be life-giving, soul-affirming, and healing. But take those same substances and take it too far, take too much of it, or take it at the wrong time, in the wrong place, under the wrong circumstances, every substance can become a poison. A poison for the body, a poison for the mind, a poison for the heart. Even oxygen, even water. If you breathe too much, you will pass out. You will hyperventilate and you pass out. If you breathe too much, if you drink too much, you will die of water poisoning.
That'll be the next one. That's the next one. The breathing, because that's become a big thing now. Which is good. Don't get me wrong. I use the breathing techniques myself, but that'll be the new thing that people overindulge.
And they'll call it on TikTok and YouTube and on social media. They'll call it the hyper breathing challenge. Can you breathe and hyperventilate and make yourself pass out? And then the teenage kids will be doing it because it'll give them this euphoriatic feeling, like in the movie Fight Club, when Tyler Durden tells Edward Norton's character, he says, "Oh yeah, when you're breathing pure oxygen, oxygen gets you high." So yeah, you're right. That'll be the next fad. That'll be the next challenge. Can you get yourself high by hyperventilating?
I can already see it, because it's as you say, it's one of these things that starts off good, but then it's always becomes twisted by the Black Lodge always twists it,
Well, yeah,
and that's what we got to be aware of. Yeah,
exactly. And it's the same thing with prayer. Okay, prayer, right? Prayer is good, but if you pray 24 hours a day, obsessive compulsively and mechanically, it's not getting you anywhere, right? What about what happens to everything else you're supposed to do, right? It's what the Buddha Shakyamuni discovered on his journey, on his travels, when he was living with the ascetics, and they were starving themselves. But that's when Buddha realized the middle way, right? Not
Yep.
too hard, not too soft, right? In the extremes, the Black Lodge thrive in the extremes. So that's what the middle way is all about. If you get too far down any particular rabbit hole, you are getting away from the center. You're getting away from the source. You're now on the fringes, and the further away you get from that whole, conscious, comprehensive, holistic center, the more you have to go down any particular rabbit hole, the more you end up in some capillary from that root system, instead of in the trunk, right? In the foundation that holds up the tree. And you can argue that the leaves are important and all that root system is important. But if the essence of the tree is stuck down in one of the capillaries, you can understand and comprehend how the tree is going to wither and die, right? Because it's going to neglect the fruit. It's going to neglect photosynthesis. It's going to neglect all the other things it needs to do because it's stuck down there in one of those capillaries, in one of the roots. You have to be the whole tree and every aspect of the tree. So psychedelics may play a role in your life if you need them. We've never needed them, so we've never taken them. Because to us, it's medicine. It's not, it's, forget about mandatory. If you take it on a regular basis, it's a drug, it's an addiction, it's a crutch.
Oh, and look, I've gone down that path myself, and it did serve its purpose. But then the last time I took it, which was some time ago, it didn't serve a purpose. It did and it didn't. But I came out of it realizing that really the point where I'm at and my knowledge of things, it's cheating. I need to do the hard work to astral project, which I've not achieved before. That's what I've realized since coming back to you last week and watching your show. That's the path that's set out for me at the moment. Is I have to put in the effort, because I think it was actually on the Glorian channel. They put a quote from Master Samuel, and it was I think it's something along the lines of spend an hour a day. I think it was meditating or chanting.
Mantra.
Mantra, that's it. Yeah, yeah. An hour a day mantra.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
Are
mhm.
you aware of the quote I'm talking about? Yeah, that
Yes.
that particularly resonated with me, because I'm at the stage where it's, as you say, like it can be used as a way of showing someone the path. It can give you a beautiful glimpse of the path, but then even if, and people advocate this, even if you take it every several months to help you stay on that path, it'll never truly, the mushroom will never truly, or the psychedelic it won't lead you to the path. You got to do the work yourself. It's just going to show you It's going to show you the way, but it's not going to do it for you. So you have to do it yourself.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's not taking you to the solar astral plane. It's not taking you to the solar astral plane. It's taking you to the lunar astral plane.
Yep.
So what it's showing you, you can't really trust it. And what you're seeing there is not, what you're seeing there is subjective. And what it's showing you something. It can inspire in you to strive for something greater, but it's not going to show you how to get there. So you have to go and do your own research, and you got to find out, right? And if you ask to speak to an angel on a psychedelic trip, you're going to be speaking to a demon who's pretending to be an angel.
I thankfully never did. So I was because I was until recently. I was always very afraid about doing any of that, about being worried. But you, in your last video, I understand the tool that has to be done to protect oneself, and then you can ask, and and also I think, oh no, I do digress a little. Under substances, I have had experiences, but I've always, that test you said about, and you phrased it differently, but let's say a a good entity is not, if you ask them the question about spilling your seed and about your, it is not going to tell you not to do that. It is not going to tell you not to refrain. And thankfully, whatever I've come, but I'm looking at it subjective, whatever I've come across has not told me that. Has not told me that.
Mm-hmm.
But then I've kind of like had an apex. It's helped inspire an apex, but then I had a fall later on. So it was it was still false, let's say. It wasn't real, but it's still, the image is there and it still helped to inspire. But it's exactly what you say. It wasn't a real experience. It wasn't a truly real experience in the end.
So based on your experience of psychedelics, would you recommend them to people, that it's something that they have to try at least once?
Depends where you're at. Like yourself, no, because you don't you've achieved it through a different path. It depends where really depends where the person's at. And I think you were saying it before, where, and look, to a lesser degree, marijuana's the same. Like people have it and then they become woke and they can go, and they go too far. But at least, let's say, what I've noticed with mushrooms is it stirs the cage. It shakes your very foundation.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you keep doing that constantly, because it's not really natural either, because the state that it puts you in and the vibration that it makes you vibrate at is, you've not built up to that level yourself, so you can't sustain it. That's what I noticed the last couple of times I did it, which would have been, it was over a year ago now, at least. But it very much taxed the body and taxed it too much. So it gave me willpower, but then the body was drained. So that's why I felt it was very counterproductive in the end. Because to have any effect, you need to have what they call a hero dose, or a big dose. But then again, I've never tried ayahuasca, and that's, let's say, that may be something I'd still be open to. But I kind of, where I'm at now, and after the epiphany I had last week, with, in my own mind, where you were talking and laying out a few things and giving a few little tips and planting seeds in last week's show, I know personally where I'm at is I have to work hard and try and astral project and ask to see my divine mother. That's where I'm trying to lead to at the moment, and I'm working out a path to that. I've just got to try a bit harder, but that's up to me.
Okay, Blake, we're just going to take a pause here for a moment, because suddenly I was wondering why the chat seemed very quiet and very stagnant. And it turns out, I think everybody's chats were trapped in some kind of in the ether, because now a whole bunch of them have just popped up all of a sudden, and they're actually people have been leaving comments for the past half an hour, and we haven't seen any of them. So we're going to go through some of them now.
Yep.
This goes all the way back to our conversation about the Great Reset and protein. And Eduardo says, Atlas, this is why Klaus Schwab wants us eating bugs. It's more affordable. And again, this is back to your comment, Blake, that you said as well when we were talking about more protein. Benjamin Ochoa says, he directs this to you, Blake. He says, I seen on TV they are offering the chip in Australia for free. Is that happening, or haven't you seen it? Have they been offering chip implants to Australians yet?
I will look into it. I don't watch TV, so but you could be right. Look, I can be disconnected from Australian discourse quite a bit sometimes because I don't watch any of that stuff, but I will look into that because that would not surprise me. Australia seems to be the testing ground, just like COVID, and or Canada really is as well. But the British colonies always seem to be the very big testing ground for a lot of this stuff. So I shall find out. You've interested me now. So
okay, so Blake is going to look into it, Benjamin, and maybe next week or whatever he'll report back. Eduardo says, since books like 1984 are being used as textbooks instead of a warning as intended to be, what kind of alarm clocks or breadcrumbs can we leave for the next generation? Well, as you know, Eduardo, we're trying to leave one such alarm and breadcrumb, if you will, in our work, and including this book that we're writing. This book that we're writing is intended to be a wake-up call, an alarm, and sounding the alarm. And it's a very alarming book. It's based on personal experience, so it's like when you go through something and you've seen for yourself, like the experience we were talking about earlier in Japan, and the experience that we went through, and we were put through that experience so that it would be absolutely objective truth knowledge that we were exposed to. We were shown it was something that we couldn't deny and we couldn't rationalize ourselves out of. We couldn't make any excuses, right? So we were put through that. The whole reason why we go through hell and to gain knowledge from going through these experiences is to be able to use them and put them into some form that they can be of benefit to others. And for us, that's the book that we're working on right now. It's the Atlas Project. It's these live streams. It's everything else that we do. Everything that we do is some version of that. And as far as alarms or breadcrumbs that we leave for the next generation, don't be so sure that there are next generations after us. We are not in a position to make that assumption. We could be the last generations now alive. Just imagine, I just turned 50 on Friday. That means if I make it to 100, how many more generations will there be behind us? We assume that when you say leave behind us for future generations, that's like what we leave behind now that future generations can use. I'm proceeding under the assumption that I'm here to create Atlas centers, that I'm here to create bastions of conscious learning, of metaphysical science, and of ecosystemic spaces of love where individuals who long for awakening and self-realization and expressing all that they can be, to create these kinds of bastions in the world. So that's what we are here to try to leave behind. And what includes in that are the teachings and the truth and timeless universal truths. And along with that, the warning that we are working on as well. So whether or not there are going to be future generations who keep that going, that's a big question mark. Or whether if we can do one Atlas Center or 2 or 4 or 8 or 16 or 32, who knows how many we can get done in the next 50 years, assuming that we can live to 100. Before the final calamity comes that wipes off the earth, that wipes this humanity off the face of the earth. So we do whatever we can do. That's the answer. We do whatever is within us to do. And all of us have something else to give. Not everybody is here to do the same thing, obviously. Or not everyone is here to it's like because of my affinity with the theater and with film, I look at it as a film production. We might all be contributing to creating one movie, but the key grip, doesn't do the same job as the gaffer, doesn't do the same job as the set designer, or the carpenters, or the special effects guys, or the editors, or the actors, or the makeup people, or even the catering, right? But all of that plays an important role in bringing together and making this thing called a movie, along with the writer and the producer and the director. So everybody has their role to play, and everybody has to do something different. So when you ask that question, like what can we do for future generations? For me, from where I standpoint, we have to do the Atlas Project. And there are 6 components of the Atlas Project.
Well, I think it's exactly what you're doing, and everyone can do it themselves, even just by focusing on themselves and increasing their cognizance, as you keep telling us. Because and look, I know we were talking about the Black Lodge and the plans of the elite. We can go down all this stuff, but then you can also see that all these agendas and stuff that they put out there for the last 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, they always seem to. It's the White Lodge still always does fight back as well. So it's always getting thwarted. Or like an example is, Russia, China, and India are not playing ball one iota at the moment. So they're not on board with what the rest want. So that's a big problem at the moment. So nothing does go according to plan. And if we just keep doing our own things and following our hearts, then that's the best way to go forward, I can see, as individuals and then as communities and more.
Well, it's what you just said there. So what I have on screen, right? What you see on screen is the new Atlas Project website. It's not fully functional yet, but what is functional, what does work, is this overview, this carousel, which shows the 6 aspects of the Atlas Project. And what you see in these aspects is that every single aspect or that affects human civilization is covered. There's nothing superfluous. There's nothing more that is missing from these 6 elements. What you just mentioned there about awakening and everybody can work on themselves, that's covered in Isaum, individuals seeking analogous ultimate methodology. Right? What you just described, this is it. This is one of the 6 pillars of the Atlas Project. Individuals seeking analogous ultimate methodology. That's one of the cornerstones of the Atlas Project, or one of the keys, what we call the keys, right? Because seek, keys. Keys, if you notice, is seek spelled backwards. And so when we talk about social, environmental, economic valuation. We're talking about, this is all economics, capitalism, and revamping all of that and fixing all of that. Then you get into ESA, ecosystem advanced human habitat. This includes affordable housing. That's housing humanity. So this is, like, economy and housing, and then you have democracy, so governance, that's covered. How are we going to govern ourselves? And it's society engaged electronic democracy. Instead of everybody wasting their time on TikTok and social media arguing endlessly to no avail, why not build a platform that allows people to participate directly in their own governance and put the power, give the power to the hands of the people, and let them spend their time not wasting it on social media and all that time and energy arguing for no reason, for no purpose, just for ego satisfaction. Why not make it productive and actually like a wiki policy, right?
Well, there's already blockchain projects where you can do exactly what you're saying, where you can, like, they could even integrate it into the current representative democratic system, where basically every bit of legislation you could get, it could be sent to you, and then you as an individual can get one little vote on it, or like a tick, and then you could even, but I wouldn't go for that model, but I'm just saying there's already platforms out there where you can do that, where as an individual citizen you can say yay or nay to anything that's being proposed.
And that's why the Atlas Project is not an entity. The Atlas Project is not a company. It's not an organization. It's not a multinational. It's not a cooperative. It's not even a not-for-profit. It's not incorporated, and it will never be incorporated. It is simply a project. And we are open to attracting those people who are already doing what falls under these categories that we call the pillars or the keys, right? The keys. And what people are already doing, obviously, we're just describing with the Atlas Project what needs to be done.
Yep.
And these keys are the key. I mean, there's no other way to put, these are just the keys to our life's work. And we can't do everything. We're not here to do everything. All we're here to do is create the vision and inspire people to rise to the vision. And people all over the world have already been inspired as individuals and as in groups to pursue this aspect or that aspect. For example, sound electric enlightened metaphysical science. I'm not going to do that. I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to all of a sudden going to dedicate my life to exploring plasma or the fourth dimension or free energy or levitation or any of these things. That's not my job. That's not my work. My job is to create the framework and the context to inspire others and attract others to come on board and to participate in the same way that an executive producer or a director might give his vision to the cast and crew. Here's the vision. Here's what we're going for. Here's what we want to achieve. And we don't have a lot of money, resources to achieve it with, but we have our imagination, we have our intuition, we have our inspiration, and we have our energy, and we have our ingenuity. Let's make it happen. This is what George Lucas did in and when what came out of it was Star Wars. And what came out of it was Industrial Light and Magic. Because George Lucas, with his vision, he was able to inspire all of these people to dig deep within themselves and be able to create miracles on screen, stuff that had never been done before, not in that way. And it captured the imagination of the world to this day. And I mean, this is what the Atlas Project is. And this is what we're doing. All we're doing is we're hopefully creating the language and creating the context and the language that people can contextualize and understand and comprehend. The importance, for example, of CC, right? Spiritually enlightened education and culture. CC. And for all the Latin speaking people out there, that's yes, yes. CC. This includes all of culture, all of entertainment, all of music, all of philosophy and history and the humanities, right? And how to educate, how to think, how to use the mind as a tool to receive from the intuition and inspiration and imagination, how to access meta mind using the rational mind, how to be a triune human being. Well, that everything bleeds over into everything else, because at the center of it all, at the heart and soul of everything, is of course the Alm of life, and individuals seeking the Alm of life. Because at every turn, every other aspect of the Atlas project supports every other aspect, including Isalm. And Isalm supports all the other aspects. And it's all a question of inspiration. It's all a question of of giving humanity a vision, and if we're able to do it, giving them a place. These, what we envision as these Atlas centers, which are going to be based on which are going to look something like that, right? Ecosystem advanced human habitat. This is just a concept, right? But the idea is that we have these shared central ecosystem, and around it we have these pods, which can be living quarters, they can be classrooms, they can be meditation halls or centers, or these multi-purpose spaces, and people come to live and study and learn, and we can create communities around this. And there could be laboratories, people studying biology, chemistry, whatever it is they're studying, but they're studying it from the metaphysical scientific point of view, right? From this perspective. So they're in an ecosystem, and that ecosystem is attuning their consciousness to become aware of sound, electric, and light and metaphysical science, because that's the foundation of the ecosystem anyway. And all of this, right, is going to feed into education and culture, and it's all going to help individuals in making deeper and deeper connections to themselves through the Alm of life. Everything is interconnected. And this is just our vision for humanity. That's what the Atlas Project is. It's just our vision for humanity. And this is how we define it. These are the 6 pillars. The 3 earthly pillars and the 3 divine pillars. And as above, so below. That's why in the logo, you see 2 triangles. You see a pyramid and an inverted pyramid. Right? And you see the pillars of Jacquin and Boaz. And you see the earth being upheld. That's Atlas, right? Upholding the pillars of heaven and earth. And you see the world in a new light. And that's how we seek the light of the world. But it's just our vision for humanity. And how we're going to make that happen. We're not going to make it happen by ourselves. Others will come. If you build it, they will come, right? So hopefully, moving forward, we will be able to build an Atlas Center somewhere, perhaps here in Canada, wherever we can manage to build it. And then we will make it available for people to come and visit. Come and visit and experience for yourself. And the first thing that they will experience is the ecosystem built on a pyramid indoors, and everybody who has ever experienced an ecosystem in the flesh, they said, how have I ever lived without this? That's the first shock, right? That's the first thing that's going to get people to wake up, no matter who they are or where they are or how awake they think they are. They come and spend some time in a high order rainforest ecosystem, and they become attuned to that highest expression of nature. They will be shocked into a different level of consciousness just through that experience, if their attention is drawn to it. And that's what the Atlas Center is designed for, because we'll make sure that we provide the correct context for people to be able to come and experience that. So it's a holistic approach, psychological, physical, energetic, philosophical, spiritual. It's a holistic approach, cultural, right? It's a holistic approach, the whole human being. And that's why the Atlas Project covers all of these facets of humanity. It's not any one thing, but I'm only one person, which means I can't do it all. Like the director doesn't do it all. The director gives the vision, and everyone comes, and if they are inspired by that vision, everybody rises and contributes and makes that vision a reality. And everybody can contribute in their own way, whatever it is that they can contribute. That's not for me to say. That's only for individuals to say, right? But this is my life's work, right? And I just turned 50, which means the previous 50 years was me in kindergarten and in training, preparing to do this work. My life just began on Friday. That's the God honest truth. That's the way I see it. My work has only just begun. And I'm a newbie at this now. I've started fresh. I was reborn on Friday. A new person with a new mission. This is it. This is it. And I'm sharing it with you guys because, of course, you guys are worthy of it. All right. Jennifer Alfred says, same thing with hot and cold therapy. Now, we were talking earlier about addictions and good things that go bad. Jennifer says, same thing with hot and cold therapy being all the rage right now. It produces more dopamine than cocaine, and people are getting addicted to it and overdoing it. You know, I know somebody who likes to frequent the Russian spas in Toronto. In Toronto, there's a number of spas that are made in the classic Soviet era style. It's quite hilarious. But the Russians are absolutely obsessed with their ice baths and their saunas. If you go to and this individual I know, he goes to these Russian spas because their saunas are the hottest and their ice baths are the coldest. And he just can't get his rush any other way. Now, this individual also, he's a bit of a foodie. He loves the intensity of experience. So, you know, when he goes mountain biking, he goes extreme mountain biking, or when he goes to do anything, he goes to Hakka restaurants, which is a fusion of Indian and Chinese food. And so you get this intense flavors of Indian food combined with the intense flavors and presumably MSG of Chinese food, and that's called Hakka. And then of course, so this is another intense thing that he is absolutely obsessed with is his Russian his Russian spas with they go from the blazing hot, burning hot saunas into the ice bath and then back again. So that's very much, and then and as Jennifer is describing here, they get addicted to that. What that does to your body and how your body responds to that is releasing all the dopamine and everything else. It's exactly as Jennifer describes. They get addicted to that. And just like cocaine, it's just, you know, it's not an illicit substance, obviously, but when you realize that these Russian spas are run by the Russian mob in Toronto, very often you go in there and the characters who are in there are like literally they're out of a Guy Ritchie movie, like from the 80s, from the 90s. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. but now this is on mainstream. I don't know how intense some of these other spas and what they
I
do, because I'm not into this stuff. But
I I go to the sauna. I go to the sauna myself here in Australia.
yeah,
Um, I don't do so much of the cold stuff. Or I do cold, but not. I've not got into the ice bath. I don't have access to it. Um, I have no. The health benefits are very good, but yeah, you're right. It can be addictive. But I know for myself at the moment, I probably go a couple times a week. Couple times a week, half an hour to an hour at a time, and
um,
it is it's very cleansing and beneficial. But each to their own. Each to their own. I find. As of late, I've actually been finding it's very. I used to go there and talk a lot to other people, meet a lot of people. It was a social space, but now I'm trying to just go there as a way of meditating and reflecting as well. So that actually helps the experience too, because if you're just focusing on yourself, you can actually last longer without then draining yourself. Because she is right, there is a fine line. You can really overdo it, or if you just hit the sweet spot of enough time, and because you've got to drink water as well, then you can have a beneficial rest of your day where you're not. It's it's just like anything. If you overindulge, if you if you don't overindulge any substance, you were saying this before. If you just have enough of something, then it's very beneficial. But if you have too much, then it can be very counterproductive.
I've done the hot and cold therapy, the obviously, because I've gone to that sauna, right?
Yep, yep,
But the spa, well, it's not sauna, it's spa, and
yep,
I do hot and cold showers
yep.
at home, but mostly I just don't have the money to go to the spa. That's the truth. So even if I did, the other thing that I once did, Thai massage.
Oh
Thai
yes, yeah.
massage. Now, if you've if you've done a Swedish massage before, like a deep tissue massage, um, it can be very uncomfortable while you're doing it, but afterwards, you feel absolutely fantastic. And Thai massage, like I'm 6'3", so Thai massage involved this 4 foot 3 inch Thai woman literally climbing all over me and like using my legs and my arms like a jungle gym, like yanking and pulling like levers and like putting her entire body weight into it, like, so
And
it was something, I literally thought she was trying to pull my limbs out of their sockets with all of her body force and stuff. I was in such agony during the massage, but afterwards it was like, I can totally see why people become addicted to massage. Now, there are people who go to massage for other reasons, for different kinds of massage, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about legitimate massage, legitimate deep tissue, or in this case, Thai massage, which whatever it releases, right? Whatever gets released in that process, it's like what you end up with. It's like, I don't know, it's like rebooting a computer or something, or like completely resetting
well,
everything.
I think Thai yoga is based off yoga. Sorry, Thai massage is based off yogic principles that's come
Oh
from
yeah.
in. So, because like even like when because I do yoga as well.
Hmm.
Even when I've had a Thai massage twice now. It's exactly what you say. They're pulling you in every direction, but you can feel they're realigning. They're realigning all of your centers, and it's very similar movements. But it's like you're not doing it yourself. They're doing it, and they're doing it in a different way. And
Right.
yeah, I don't know whether I think it's a combination of different things. And for some reason, Thai massage is, yeah, I would agree. That's probably the best, well, the most effective form of massage I've had as well. As well, but it's again, it's. I know for the sauna for me over here in Australia where I go, it's $15 a week, so it's very affordable, and I can go as much as I want when it's open. Yeah,
Wow.
yes, yeah. So so I found a little niche over here, and they might have them in Canada. Have you got like public like aquatic centers and things like this? A
Yeah,
lot of them.
we have something called the YMCA,
Yeah. So
but they
we
don't offer anything like that.
Oh, see, over here in Australia, we have ones that the local governments run, the councils run, like
Yeah.
the lowest form, and they run them. And yeah, it's $15 a week. But then you can go to, you can go, but now because it's become popular, you can go to gyms that are offering it, and they'll charge you like $30 every time to do uh, an infrared sauna, and then do $20 for an ice bath after. So, which lots of people. But do you get what I'm saying? So I go for the most cost effective, which is actually the traditional Swedish sauna, not
Right.
the which is heat based, not this infrared. I've tried the infrared one, which is all the rage, but I don't think it's. I think it's a con. But anyway,
Yeah,
I don't
because
think.
it's, different kinds of heat have very different
Yes.
qualities, and
It,
so for sure.
yep.
I don't think you want the radiant heat which comes from genuine lava rocks is very
Yes.
different from infrared radiation.
Well, it's fire based. Well, even what they're using is electric current. That like the traditional ones, the machines are like, well, you've got the hot rocks, but like what the ones they use over here, a lot of the modern ones, it's like it's an electric current that's heating the rocks. To me,
Right.
that's still fire. Whereas infrared is this weird. It's like all the lights now. All the LED lights that are causing all these eye problems and people to get triggered and stuff.
Right.
It's because they're constantly flickering as well. It's the same thing. Everything's been moved to this falser thing, whereas we're used to being surrounded by a more natural heat source, which is combustion or fire based. As I
So the thing about LEDs, I was talking earlier about ecosystems, and
Yep.
we have to have lights on the inside of the ecosystem, and we can't do LEDs
No.
because the people, what, like, you have to ask yourself the question, why are LEDs so efficient? How can they use so little power? And the answer is it's because it's not full spectrum light. You look at it, it looks white. It looks like it's white light. And so what could it be if not full spectrum light? But it's not. It's just really pale. It's really pale ultraviolet light. It's completely devoid of the spectrum. That's how it's so low energy. It's it's artificial light is what it is. It's the only other way you can describe it. You can't grow anything using LEDs.
But do you know a bit of the history of the light with lighting with lights? Do you know light bulbs from like 70, 80 years ago were
Mm-hmm.
far superior?
Oh
Like
yeah.
they were less energy. I think that's somewhere. I'm not a I don't know anything about that field, so that would be something for someone else to do. But I think that's looking at the past of where light generation was with incandescent lighting is somewhere to go, because or it's like anything, but the quality that they had back then far far superior to the crap LED and everything else that they have, which is all made to break within what 6 months, or whereas light bulbs would last for 10 years back then.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. But all that aside, the filament light
Yep.
bulb
Yep.
uh, is a very poor source of light. There are much higher quality sources of light which we use in our ecosystems that are full spectrum. The name of it is not coming up, but where you can find these kinds of lights. You can find them in retail establishments, in retail stores, because these are the lights which make packaging pop and that make
Oh,
clothes and everything pop. Why? The only reason why colors pop is because you're shining a full spectrum light on it. Because in order for a color to pop, that color must be reflected out of the light. So if that color doesn't exist in the light, the pigment can't reflect that color, right? So when you go into retail stores, the lighting, you look up at the lighting and you'll see the completely different, these large, and unfortunately the name is not coming to me, but it's a specific kind of bulb. They're not halogens, they're not anyway, but they use more energy, obviously, but they're creating true full spectrum light. These are the lights that you use for for example, indoor growing operations. So when they're using grow ops for
Oh yeah,
marijuana and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Hydroponics. Yeah, I know the lights. Yeah, I know the lights you're talking about. Yep, yep. And they're a full heat. They can even project full heat and everything. And that's
Yeah,
why
it's
the
it's
marijuana
not.
plants will
Is
grow
it?
so
I don't
fast.
know. I don't know if high pressure sodium is a full spectrum light. I wish I could remember the name. I wish Wolfgang, our ecosystem guru, was here, because he would be able to tell you immediately what these light bulbs are. Um,
But in
but
the
yeah,
environment
those.
you're describing, those sorts of lights would be beneficial because if you're growing plants in the space, then the heat source
You
is
you
there.
need
Yeah,
sunlight. You
yeah,
need sunlight. So you need your light source to mimic sunlight. So
yeah,
you need sunlight is full spectrum light. So that's what you need. And LEDs are not full spectrum light. Fluorescent is not full spectrum light, and compact fluorescent is, again, these are all on the cool spectrum. Incandescent light is on the warm spectrum, right?
yep,
The filament light bulbs, they're more closer to the yellows and the oranges and the reds in the infrared spectrum, but in
yep.
the LEDs and the whatnot are in the ultraviolet spectrum. But plants need the whole spectrum, because that energy is what is literally what's feeding them, right? That's what photosynthesis is. And even though, scientists, these materialist scientists, like to do experiments where they expose plants to very limited spectrums of light, and the plant still grows, and the this and that and the other thing, that's like saying, well, Blake, can I keep you alive by feeding you nothing but rice? Right?
Yes,
Yeah. And for a while, for as long as I studied you in prison, feeding you nothing but rice or gruel or whatever the case may be, I could keep you alive, right?
I know people have lived on 2-minute noodles for years. So, like,
So
and
exactly.
that's probably
But
the worst thing you could eat.
what would your output be like? What would you as an individual, what would your energy levels, and what would you be like, right? Versus being on a well-rounded, healthy diet of a full spectrum of nutrients, versus just being kept alive on gruel, right? I bet you if you put yourself in those two situations, okay, you're not going to be better on gruel, right? So it's the same thing with plants, right? You can deprive plants are survivors, obviously. They can survive on incredibly limited amounts of everything that you give them, right? They can survive on limited amounts of water, even certain varieties better than others. But just because you can do that in a laboratory doesn't mean that, oh, hey, you see, now we can use LEDs to grow this fruit. Well, the fruit's going to be lacking. That's the vital energy in that fruit. It's just not going to be there, because it didn't, like, where did it come from? If it wasn't given that vital energy, then it doesn't have it, period. So anyway, um, we're at the 3.5 hour mark, and before we get too deep down any other um, rabbit holes, I just leave it up to anybody else who wants to pop on and ask a question, or ask it in the chat, or share anything, or anything else. Just speak now or forever hold your peace, as they like to say. Um, or if Blake, if you have something else you want to add or ask or anything else, now's the time to do it, because we're getting close to the 4 hour mark.
Yeah. I was just gonna give if anyone else wanted an opportunity. Have all the comments been done?
At the moment, yeah. The
Yeah.
last
Okay.
one was Kamal Manzuki at 6:30. He said high pressure sodium.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm
Well, if I may, if we can go back a bit to when I was talking about some of the subjects you brought up that that you were talking about in your last video, and I was talking about my own path um, and how I know I have to work hard and and uh, go into the astral plane and have a connection with my divine mother, and have a conversation. Let's say. Um, Now, you were talking a lot about how one goes about that. Is there anything more you can add, or any any more guidance you can give?
in terms of projecting onto the astral plane.
Yeah, yeah,
Are you aware of the astral projection course on Glorian?
yeah, yep, yep,
Okay,
yeah. So I've started trying to do the steps in it.
okay.
Yep.
Um, have you gotten to the part of the when they were talking about the anahat sound?
Yeah, yes, I have. I'm finding it a bit hard to replicate the anahat sound. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but as you said last time, it could take like 3 or 4 different ways. It could take one way, like like you could try over and over, and it won't
Well,
work for you. But then one might just work for you.
um, even the anahat sound is something that it's because you're meditating on basically what people call tinnitus,
Yep.
the ringing in your ear, right? You're meditating on that. You won't actually hear the sound of a cricket until you've been meditating on that sound for quite a while. And that quite a while could be a very long time indeed. And if your meditation is off, if you're allowing yourself to get distracted or your mind is wandering or whatever, then it like resets back to zero. And so it's very, you have to be very, very focused and concentrated. And it really helps if you're in a sleepy state to begin with. But you can't be in too sleepy a state because you don't want to fall asleep prematurely, right? So um, there are some other techniques that you can find on the internet, people talking about lucid dreaming and techniques for lucid dreaming. There are YouTube channels that claim to offer, I don't know whatever frequency it is, music and stuff to help you, and stuff. I don't know if I recommend that kind of stuff because you
Is
want
that
to be
not? Is that not lunar? Is that not lunar?
you
Is
you,
that
you
not
want
the
you
lunar
want
realm?
you
Is yeah,
you want to be able to project into the astral plane naturally.
yeah.
And if you are my gut feeling is that if you're using any kind of artifice, that you won't be going into the solar astral plane. You'll be going to the lunar astral plane. But remember that unless you already have your solar astral body, you can't go into the solar astral plane anyway. So unless you created your solar body in a previous lifetime, even if you do lucid dream, you can only be in the lunar plane. Because if you don't have your solar astral body, you can't go to the solar astral plane. It's like if you're an astronaut, if you don't have a spacesuit, you can't go into outer space, right? Or if you're a diver and you don't have a dive suit, you can't go diving, right? Or you might be able to go free diving to a certain depth, but you can't go deep sea diving. You can't go scuba diving without a scuba suit. It's the same thing.
Okay.
So regardless of what you do or how you do it, um, it's patience.
Yep.
Patience is what's required, and that's what's hardest for most people, unless they have a very, very strong desire. And then the problem with that is that If you put too much desire into projecting into the astral plane, you can only go into the lunar astral plane, because you can't go into the solar astral plane with desire, right? So, in fact, if you go into meditation wanting desperately to, like if you go into that meditation, meditating on the anahat sound, and you want to hear the cricket, you'll never hear it. Just like if you do any meditation wanting to have an experience, you will never have one. Because the desire for the experience blocks your consciousness. Your consciousness is bottled up in the desire. So how can it be free to receive an experience when it's trapped in the desire for experience? So this is the catch with astral projection, is that really you want to lie there or sit there or however is most comfortable for you when you're doing the practice, and you want to surrender, completely surrender. Surrender to the practice, surrender to the meditation, surrender to your divine mother, and surrender to being shown what you need to see. Not what you want to see, not what you want to have happen, but what you need to happen. Allow it to happen. You see, Kamal Manzuki seems to concur here to some degree when he says, for me, it just happens when it happens. Now, there's another practice, and tell me if you have heard of this before, called the key of SOL, or the key of soul. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. The key of subject, object, location. The key of soul, SOL, subject, object, location. And it should be in the astral projection course, but if it isn't, then that's not a problem, because we can just, okay, so key of soul. Okay, so I'm going to hang on a second, highlight. Okay, kill all of that. All right, so I'm going to share this link in the chat, and there it is on screen. And there is the link, or you can put, it doesn't matter, there's the link.
Yep.
Okay, so, and you can see the link on the top of the screen here. It's Key of Soul, and this is in a lecture by Samuel Envoyor, and he describes the whole practice, obviously in depth. That's a very long article. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Yep.
What I will do, though, is summarize for you the essence of it. Throughout the day, during the day, when something catches your eye, something is a little bit odd or a little bit out of place, or something, your consciousness is directed to something. And if you're observing yourself and remembering yourself and you're paying attention, then you're going to be paying attention to where your attention is drawn. And then you see something and it's like, I don't know, it just caught your attention. And maybe something is out of place, something's a little bit odd about it, or it's a little strange, or it just stands out, whatever. It's just a little moment where something is trying to get you to pay attention to this object. So you stop and you're looking at it, and you remember yourself. You bring your attention to the subject, right? The I, the me, the vessel, right? And then you focus in on the object. Or do I have that? Or am I getting that reversed? I might be getting that reversed. It's been so long since I've read this article. No. So I'm right. So the subject, you have to be remembering yourself, your person. And then you look at the object and you pay attention, you focus in on the peculiarities of that object. And then finally, you expand your consciousness to take in the location, where you are. Where am I? And you can do this like, okay, I'm in my room, I'm in my house, I'm in my neighborhood, I'm in my city, I'm in Australia, I'm in the earth, okay, I'm even in the solar system. But am I in the astral plane? And you looking around and taking in and really expanding your consciousness to try to feel where you are. The last thing you ask yourself is, am I in the astral plane? And let me find out. I'm going to test to see if I'm in the astral plane. And what you do is, with great intention, with great willpower, you do a little jump into the air with the intention of floating. You do this little jump. If you come back down, you know, oh, I'm just in the physical world. I'm in the 3D realm, and you can continue on with your day. Now, why are you doing this? Why would you do this? If you do this at regular intervals throughout your day, and I don't mean like regular intervals in that you set a timer on your watch and you do it whenever the timer goes off. I mean, you just do it regularly throughout your day. Just whenever you come across something that's peculiar, that catches your attention, you remember to do the key of SOL: subject, object, location. Who am I? What am I looking at? Where am I? I'm in the mall. I'm in this city. I'm in Australia. I'm in the planet. I'm in the solar system. But am I in the astral plane? And then you jump. And you don't do any of this mechanically. This is all consciously, with great willpower and effort. But it shouldn't take longer than it shouldn't take more than 30 seconds to a minute. The whole practice, from beginning to see the object to when you finally do your jump. And
So
the more
you're saying you don't jump physically, you're jumping
you
mentally.
you jump physically.
Okay.
You have to jump physically. You have to do some kind of physical thing which you are trying to defy the laws of three-dimensional reality. So now if you're on a bus, let's say you're on a bus, you can't jump on a bus. But what you can do is you can take your finger and try to push it through the seat back in front of you, right? You can take your finger and try to push it through the metal or the plastic in the seat back in front of you. Now, again, why are you doing these things? Or you can take your finger and try to pull your finger and stretch your finger out from this length to 12 inches and stretch your finger as if it was made out of rubber. You can try to do that. Now, obviously, none of this stuff is going to work in three-dimensional reality. But if you were to do the same practice while you were dreaming, and if you do this, you know how in dreaming, very often when we dream, we repeat the same things we do during the day. We repeat them in our dream. If there are things that we do throughout our day, very often we will do those same things while we dream. So if you practice the key of SOL during the day, then when you're sleeping at night and you're dreaming, there's a good chance you will remember to practice the key of SOL in your dream. And then in your dream, if you think about yourself, the object that's caught your eye in that dream, that weird, peculiar thing, and there's lots of weird, peculiar things in dreams. That's why you want to throughout the day, when you practice key of SOL, it helps if the thing that you're looking at is peculiar, it's odd, right? It stands out, it's a little weird. That's a good trigger for you to do key of SOL, because when you're dreaming, you come across a lot of weird, odd things that can grab your attention. And then if you remember to do key of SOL in your dream, and then you end up doing a little jump and trying to float, you will float. And the moment that happens, you will go, I must be dreaming. When you ask yourself, am I in the astral plane? And you jump and you float, you say, oh, I am in the astral plane. I'm dreaming. And in that moment, you will wake up, you will be lucid, and you can travel because you're in the astral plane and you're awake. That's the key of SOL. The complete explanation and description is in the article, the lecture that the link is on the screen. You can also go to Glorian, and remember, Glorian has this wonderful feature called search. It's on every page, and I just went here and I went key of SOL.
Yep.
And there it is, key of SOL, lectures by Samuel Anvoyor. There's also there's another lecture here. It's under category beginning here and now. This is by a Gnostic instructor, and you can listen to this online. And this entire description is the entire audio lecture is by one of the Gnostic instructors who puts it in a more contemporary way, in more contemporary language, which may be easier for you to follow, especially if you put it on your iPod or whatever while you're walking or whatever. You can listen to it or something and get the instruction that way. But that's another thing. When you asked, is there any other thing that I can do, or is there any other thing that I can recommend? I can recommend the key of SOL, or the key of soul. Now, soul in Latin, you know, is the sun.
Yep.
So the two methods that worked for us is, and Kamal Manzuki says, that's the first thing I do in lucid dreams usually is take off in flight. So if you can fly in your dream and realize that you're flying, and you try to fly and you start to fly, you try to float and start to float, or you try to stretch your finger out, or you try to do something that defies the laws of physics, then you know you're in the astral plane. And those two methodologies, the reason why I always ask individuals if they've done the Anahat sound or if they've done key of SOL, because in our experience, these were the two that worked for us. Okay, we tried mantras and we tried, like, you know, getting up in the middle of the night and jumping, like getting out of bed. Like that jump test is an aspect of many lucid dreaming, many methodologies of lucid dreaming. That jump test is an aspect of that.
Yeah,
but
it was.
Tried, like,
Sorry,
go ahead.
sorry. The mantras is more what I've been trying, and they've not. They've not been working. So
I could never get any of those mantras to work for me. The ones that worked for me were the Anahat sound and the key of SOL. And so that's my experience. That's why these are the ones that I recommend, because I can't recommend something that didn't work for me.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that it wouldn't work for you, but I don't know. I obviously don't know how to do those properly, but I have done this, and I have done the Anahat sound, and I know that those work. I know that this works.
one thing I will say that is working is why am I forgetting the mantra now? But the mantra that you Clean Krishnaya, Gopijana, Swaha, that has been working very profoundly for myself, especially the doing the Sigrun at the end, you know, the last part, which
for astral projection.
No, just for protecting myself and helping with nocturnal pollution. So
Yes.
Nocturnal pollutions. So I had an experience, or I had a dream the other night where, for the first time, I hadn't had any since I've been doing it. I've not had any nocturnal pollutions, and then I went to have a nocturnal pollution, let's say, but then but something kicked in. I kicked myself out of it,
Yes, yes.
and it like the so let's say that part of the subconscious come up, come come up to rear its ugly head, and then it was like the whole dream was twisted on its head and got flushed away, and then yeah, then I
When
stopped
you
dreaming. Then I stopped dreaming entirely. But yeah, it was
well, remember that the circle of protection,
yeah,
the pentagram, and the microcosmic star, and everything that we described in that lecture, um, is uh, you are calling upon assistance and protection. So those are angelic beings now who are watching over you. So when you say something kicked you out of that dream, it's what they did, and then they flushed away the dream. Somebody uh, was protecting you from those succubus, the succubus who's responsible for the nocturnal pollution, right? So that you're being seduced by an astral entity, astral larvae, and
yeah,
but you called for protection, and so for the entire duration that you were sleeping, you had essentially angels or seraphim guarding you and protecting you. That's what that's for. And they're
yeah.
happy to do it. That's their job. They have nothing else to do. Right? Kamal Manzuki says nicotine patches while sleeping have actually worked pretty well for me. Okay. But again, we don't recommend any type of mechanical or artifice to do astral projection. And he asks, "You mean sleep paralysis?" And no, he's not talking about sleep paralysis. Nocturnal pollutions are wet dreams. Those are when you're sleeping and incubi or succubi come and seduce you, and they come to fornicate with you while you sleep. So you basically have an erotic dream, and it ends up being a wet dream. That's a succubus. That's
Well, I mean,
for your sexual energy.
after reading a bit of some of brothers Samuel's um, writings on it, I'm even being careful what I'm allowing my conscious mind to do when watching anything now that's, let's say, a bit suggestible or pornographic, like even slightly, because I mean it's everywhere, you can't avoid it now. but
Mhm.
but the way he describes like how it's even that then gets supplanted in your conscious mind, and then that allows later on for your ego to re-emerge, and then that cycle creates. So I wasn't even aware that that was such a thing.
Oh yeah.
Which
No, no. I
yeah,
mean that's okay. So if you feed impressions to your own lust,
yeah,
then again, this relates to what we were saying earlier. Like what you do during the day, you tend to repeat at night. So if you're feeding your consciousness, your egos with certain impressions during the day, then those impressions will keep playing over during the night. So yeah, if you're watching suggestive material, or you're watching a you're watching a movie, then all of a sudden it gets into a sex scene, and it's a very graphic sex scene,
yep,
right? You want to either divert your eyes, or like do your best to transform those impressions and make sure that you're not feeding your lust with them. The other thing, which is a big thing, is for me anyway, it's eating a lot of red meat, or also binging on sugar, or any type, like binging type behavior. So if you have like I don't know, a weakness for things like ice cream, or like crisps, or Doritos, or any of that stuff, and if you have if so, that also, for me anyway, my Gnostics, anybody who's practicing um uh scientific chastity and is preserving the seed, even if you're doing a lot of pranayama and everything else, it doesn't matter. Gnostics tend to, that lust is going to want to find ways of indulging itself. So there are many, many, many ways that lust can find to get us to indulge it. And sometimes it's through gluttony, or often it's through, because food is very much associated with lust. In other words, satiation, gratification, all that kind of stuff. So binging behavior, self-indulgence of any kind, like really indulging desires of any kind. It could be binging any number of things. That can also lead to nocturnal pollutions. Because essentially we have to understand that lust wants us to spill the seed. That's its job. Its job is to get us to do so. In the same way that anger, its job is to get us to essentially kill each other.
I had the same bad relationship with gluttony and lust as well. Like one would lead to the other. Look, at the moment, I have lust pretty under wraps. Gluttony's a bit so and so. That's the next thing I'm trying to. But as you say, that's still something that's going to be a work in progress. It sounds like that's still something for everyone. Because
my own issues, as I've been very straightforward and forthright with everybody, with the entity that I live with, and its nature is fear. I live with that demon, right? The epilepsy. What's behind the epilepsy is fear, and unfortunately, fear is the consort of lust. Asmodeus, fear and lust are husband and wife. They're a consort. And unfortunately, my lust is completely entangled and bottled up in fear. So that, for me, poses an obvious challenge, because I haven't rid myself of that demon. I have not exorcised that demon. So I have to be in constant check of my fear and my anger and my desire to control. Because if I'm not careful, that demon partners up with his partner, lust, and the fantasies come in the dream. And it's like, I can say that I've gone a long way to controlling lust, but when my demon gets a hold of lust, that's when I'm in trouble, because I've come a long way to controlling my fear too, my demon. But when the demon gets a hold of lust, right, I'm not in control of either anymore, if that makes any sense. And maybe it's something that only I understand because I experience it. But that leads to some great, very, very, very challenging types of dreams. But one of the things that, when you've suffered from enough nocturnal pollutions, and you have practiced enough meditation and awareness and self-observation and everything else, some of those challenges are opportunities to become lucid just in time, right? And you realize what's happening while it's happening, or before it happens. And then in that case, and this is a good practice for anybody practicing white tantra, to control and reverse an ejaculation in the middle of an orgasm, or before an orgasm is able to complete, before the seed is spilled. You can do a hamsa breathing, but rapidly. And you squeeze the muscles of the pelvic region, like you were holding back a stream, right, of urine or something, and you squeeze the whole floor, so like you're doing Kegel exercises, right? And by the way, doing Kegel exercises is good anyway to strengthen those muscles, because This becomes a very, very, very practical thing for when you're doing white tantra, because you will get to a point where you're right on the border, or you're right about to go over the edge, and you can catch yourself. You can close everything down. You can shut everything down physically by doing a very strong Kegel a constriction, and then by doing the breathing and breathing the energy back up the spinal column, you can do a very rapid and intense transmutation of the energy, and you can catch yourself, and you can prevent the loss of the energy, and you can instead transmute it. Now, sometimes in that process, it's kind of like desperate times calls for desperate measures, and it's an extreme. Like, this is not something that we recommend that you do, or that we recommend that you aim for or strive for. This is not proper transmutation, and this is not the way to go about transmutation, where you bring yourself to the brink of orgasm and then transmute it rapidly like that. That's not why we're telling you this. We're telling you this because in case of emergency, this is your break glass, right? and pull the fire alarm, last resort, to be able to transmute that energy instead of losing it. But the advantage of having this knowledge and practicing it is that you can use it in the case of, if you're having if you're about to have a nocturnal pollution, and you can become aware of it in time, then you can use this technique and reverse it and prevent it from happening. Not always.
See,
but
what I used to have happen to me was, I would be asleep, the pollution would occur, but then it wasn't per se a wet dream. It's like my ego mind took over and just went like, stuff it, and went along with it. And I willingly, but then when I actually once it was done, when I actually woke up, I went, oh, what? Why did I just do that? Why did I just give in? But it was like from a dream state. It wasn't from a conscious state.
Right. And it really depends. I'll be honest with you. For us, it's we're much more likely to have that kind of experience during a full moon. The rest of the time, it's usually a case of, well, we're dreaming, so we're not conscious, we're not aware of what's going on, and so, but it's really a question of when we finally realize what's going on and what's happening, if we're able to catch ourselves or not in time. That's really the only question.
But what I'm finding, the practice of that mantra you said, that I said before, is helping me, is that it's like I'm able to kick in a lot sooner, and the willpower just kicks in very, very quickly, and it just dissipates. Especially if I then recite the mantra in my head, bang, just disappears.
And as we said, the mantra is not increasing your willpower. The mantra is giving you angelic protection.
Yeah.
So you know that it's not you, your willpower, or anything else involved. It's because if you don't do the mantra, you don't have that experience.
Yeah.
So, but it's up to you how you want to go about doing it. We were, for a long time, we would, practice pranayamas obsessive compulsively before we went to bed, and we would, do the microcosmic star and everything else, because we were so afraid of having a nocturnal pollution. That's the only way to say it, is that I was afraid, and I was ashamed, and I was, I didn't want to have them, right? Obviously. And it's not something you should want to have. But for me, because my primary battle, my main adversary that I needed to overcome in my life, in my situation, was not lust, but fear. My fear was taking the phenomenon of nocturnal pollutions and using it as an excuse for me to be afraid. I was afraid of them. So the harder I tried not to have them, the more I was feeding the demon of fear. This is how subtle and clever they can be, you know? Our whole psychology. People do not give credit to how subtle and how clever and how insidious our egos are. So where I got to personally is I had to overcome my fear of having nocturnal pollutions. And one of the things that entailed was me buying one of those mattress covers, the waterproof, fluid-proof mattress covers from Amazon. And so if I have a nocturnal pollution, guess what? I'm doing laundry the next day. But at least my mattress is not going to be stained, right? At least I have this, this layer of protection. For me, it helped allay my fear. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? It's not the end of the world. It happens, right? I had to like relax about the whole thing. And guess what? The more I relaxed about the whole thing, the fewer nocturnal pollutions I had. Why? Because in my case, lust and fear are bound up together. In my case, my wet dreams are always some kind of power or control fantasy. Because it's my fear that's in control and manipulating that lust. So it's always some sort of control fantasy. So when I relaxed about the nocturnal pollutions and I was no longer afraid of them, they no longer happened. Because I was no longer empowering my fear to make them happen. And now it's only, again, for me, if I indulge too much red meat or I don't know, I have a moment of weakness and I binge on ice cream, or God only knows it's Christmas time or something, and there's some like copious amounts of food that I have, or whatever the case may be, then I run into those, or it's a full moon, right? And these other situations that I might run into. But so it's, we must be cautious and aware of our practices and why we're doing them. And we must always be aware that our egos will try to exploit every single opportunity that they can to hijack our process. So if you meditate obsessive compulsively, there's something wrong. If you do any practices mechanically, there's something wrong, right? They're not helping you. You're feeding an ego. And we must all become cognizant of this. And why this idea of discipline, and yes, Master Samael can say, oh, we must meditate for an hour. But if you let that get to your head, and it's like, oh, I must meditate for an hour, I must meditate for an hour, I must meditate for an hour. And then one day you don't meditate and you're like, I apologize. I meant mantra. You must mantralize for an hour every day. You must do mantras every day. And then one day you don't do mantras and now you feel shame and guilt and this and that because of mantra. Well, guess what? Your entire mantra practice is in the hands of your ego. It's in the hands of mystic pride. Because if you feel ashamed that you missed a day of mantra, that means that every other day you've been doing mantra, you've been feeding your mystic pride. That's the only reason why you feel ashamed that you missed a day, because pride and shame are two sides of the same coin. So if every time you do mantra, you feel afterwards, you have this sense of, this self-righteous sense of mystic pride, and yeah, I did my daily mantras. Rah, rah, me. That's mystic pride. Right. And it's a harsh thing to accept, But this is how subtle and clever our egos are. And this is why, this is why so many people practicing spirituality in the New Age are so lost, because they're awakening as demons. They're
They should
awakening
just let
through
it
their
flow.
ego.
With mantras, you should just let it flow. Like, you don't, it's as you're saying, like, yeah, you can look at it mechanically and go, oh, I need to put an hour. Or like, Clean Krishnaya is so simple, it'll just come to you. Like, you could do it, you don't even have to speak, and it's actually more powerful when you start to build it up to do it in your mind. And I know now it'll just pop into my head, and then I'll do it in a moment,
Mhm.
and then I'll have the full effect. And some days it's not as much as the other, but I don't care, because it's all building up. And I generally do, like, the full one with the cosmic star, I'll do a couple or three or one. It doesn't really matter, as long as yeah. Or if I haven't, I did one the day before, and the effect is still in the room, so that's fine.
About the
And I
doing
know,
them,
that, so I just go back to that and go, well, hang on, the protection was yesterday. I'm still fine, no fear.
between that and doing meditation or mantra for an hour, or doing any practice for any length of time, if you set a timer, then you're doing it wrong. You see, it's like it's do your mantras for until you are told to stop. Meditate until you're told, okay, that's enough meditation. And you just know intuitively, and you stop. Not to say to quit your meditation when you get a feeling or a temptation to quit, because remember, your egos are going to be trying to get you to quit meditation as well. And their egos are going to be trying to get you to stop mantra. You're going to develop an itch in your back or your big toe. And while you're meditating, you're going to have all these strange itches all over your body, like tempting, you're going to be tempted to scratch them and stuff. These are all your egos trying to get to you to distract you, or to get you to stop your practice. So that's another issue. But meditate for as long as you have to. So, and do mantra for as long as you need to. And it might be an hour. It might be an hour and a half. It might only be 45 minutes, which is fine. Right? So the hour guideline is a guideline. We do not want to feed our rational mind and our ego, and we do not want to allow our practices to become an opportunity for us to become so mechanical in our discipline, saying, right, this is what I do, and to become so, the word is regimented. Now, you might argue with us and say, yeah, but Attlas, how do you explain Buddhist monasteries that are completely regimented, and all the monks are like all chanting together, and they're all doing this and they're all doing that, and they have very, very strict set schedules and everything else, and so on and so forth. And our answer to that is because Buddhist monasteries create Buddhist monks. And the life of a monk is regimented. It's like being in an army. It's like being in the army, literally. But you're a soldier of Buddhism. But none of that disciplinary, regimented, assigned lifestyle of a monk is actually contributing to their awakening. The mantralization, the chanting, the meditation, those practices are contributing to their awakening, but the regimentation isn't. If anything, the regimentation is detracting from their ability to awaken. But they chose to be they chose the life of a monk. And a life of a monk is regimented and structured in that way. So that's one of the things they have to learn. And it's one of the things they have to become comfortable. It's one of the things that has to become like second nature to them. Now we can argue at length, is that conditioning? Are they just being conditioned? Arguably, possibly, yes. All I know is that you and I, and we here, none of us in this moment, as far as I can tell, have chosen the life of being a Buddhist monk in particular. I've chosen the life of being a very monk-like life, but not a Buddhist monk. And I have my own kind of discipline and regiment that I do, but the regiment that I do is related to the physical body when I work out and the type of workout that I do. But even then, I'm not locked into some kind of a mechanical thing. I feel myself. I listen to my body. And on the days when my body's saying, hey, listen, it's not happening today, I say, okay, this is not happening today. What can we do today? Oh, we can't do this? How about we just go for a walk? Can we do that? Okay, let's do that instead. Right? We have to have that flexibility in our practice. Not so that we can be slackers necessarily, but just so that we listen. We listen to our intuition, we listen to our body, we remain fluid and flexible within our overarching structure of the path that I'm on, because that path weaves and wobbles and goes up and down, and we have good days and we have bad days, and we always want to remain conscious and make conscious choices and conscious decisions. So this applies to all practices that we do. And even Master Samael will say constantly in his writings, prayer and mantra and any of these things that we try to do, if we do them mechanically, they're practically worthless. They're practically worthless. Because you're just doing it like a machine. Like if you set up a tape recorder, you record a mantra and put it on a tape recorder. I'm really dating myself, aren't I? And you put it on and turn it on and have that tape recorder repeat that mantra 1,000 times every day. That tape recorder is never going to become enlightened.
Well, that's what I find with the Glorian original recordings. They're too, in my opinion, and I don't do it that way, they're too far. It's too fast. The way it's recorded and the clean Krishna, I find I get much better effect if you enunciate a lot longer each individual word.
Sure.
That's just how I've been doing it, and
Sure.
But everyone has their own individual way, I think.
Follow your
Yeah.
intuition. Follow your
Yeah.
intuition. Do whatever your innermost being tells you to do, because your innermost knows you
Yeah.
better than anybody else.
Yep.
So if your intuition tells you, I feel like I need to take more time with this and enunciate and elongate all the vowels and elongate
Yep.
all the consonants and everything else, and really do this consciously and really feel it and really express it, then by all means, do it that way. Do it that way. But this is exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Some people will listen to that recording and they'll get it into their head saying, oh, the Gnostic instructor did it that way, so I have to do it that way. Well, look, even on the session that we did on pranayama, and you go on to Gnostic teachings and they tell you the different techniques to do pranayama. And I was doing pranayama for years, the way Gnostic teachings explain pranayama. But then I stumbled across when I was preparing to do that live stream on pranayama, and I decided, I want to get some quotations for that lecture prepared in advance, and I stumbled across those quotations from Swami Sivananda, who was a master at yoga, and he was a master at pranayama. He was an awakened master, and this is something that is not easily described or talked about. But he actually awakened and arose his kundalini by himself without a spouse. He knew the very, very secret and ancient yoga techniques that nobody teaches online, no matter what they tell you. And he was able to become a self-realized master without having a spouse. And when I read what he had to say about pranayama and what he described as the ideal practice of pranayama, I immediately tried it for myself, and I have not done pranayama different ever since. I've done pranayama the way Yogananda, Sivananda taught pranayama, and I've been doing it that way. And I in the pranayama live stream that we shared with you, or the essential practices live stream, at some point I shared this already with you guys, that the how I do pranayama now, the way Swami Sivananda explained how
Do you
to
know
do it.
where I could? Sorry, do you know where I could get access to it? Because I don't know if I have if I've seen that one.
I will. It's, if you go back, it's right now off the top of my head, no, I can't tell you, because I don't even know where I got it from. But how about I have it in time for next week, or just go and look up the
I'll go back to your old show. Yeah.
the live stream we did on pranayama.
Yep.
It was in there.
Yep.
Or I can spend like 5 minutes now and explain it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's the other way we can do it, right?
Yep.
So generally speaking, the general practice of pranayama, or the general belief, is you inhale very slowly, and then you hold the breath and maybe make a sound, like if we were talking about hamsa pranayama.
Yeah. Hamsa. Yep.
It's generally accepted that you inhale very slowly and you visualize the light coming up your spine, and you can visualize the caduceus of Mercury if you want, and it gets to the top of the head, and then you visualize light or fire or whatever on the crown chakra, and you go right, and then you slowly move the energy down into the third eye, and then you release it, and you send it down into your heart. That's hamsa pranayama.
Yep.
Yogananda says exactly the opposite, the reverse. Now, the movement of the energy is the same. It's the same. It's the shepherd's crook. It's up the spine, over the crown chakra, down to the third eye, and then into the heart. But he says you breathe in quickly and hold the breath, and then slowly and very relaxed, breathe out. And as you breathe out, you breathe the energy down into the third eye and breathe it slowly down. You slowly release it into the heart. So as opposed to hamsa pranayama, where you spend most of the time on the inhalation and then you spend less time on the exhalation, Sivananda says you spend less time on the inhalation and more time on the exhalation.
That even sounds more effective, because you're holding the energy up, and then you're releasing it slower with the exhalation. That even the way you're describing that sounds more.
It's actually, when I first read it, it was intuitive in one sense. It was counterintuitive in another, because normally when you think of raising the kundalini, for example, right, or you think about raising the energy, you think about raising it up the spinal column, right, and illuminating all of the chakras as it raises up the spinal column. But in practice, and by the way, We do this without any mantra. You do this without mantra.
Yep.
So you focus completely and entirely on the breath and holding the breath and controlling the breath. And ultimately, that's what pranayama means. It doesn't actually, and Sivananda explains this, that that pranayama is not breath control. Pranayama means stopping the breath. It means breath stoppage. That's what it means. Now I wonder, okay, try okay, we're going to share with you a link. This is probably where we read this. We can't guarantee it because we haven't read the whole article. Again, we just okay, so here's the link, Blake.
Yeah, thank you.
Hang on a second. Copy, paste, and there it is on screen. And where are we now? There it is here. Okay, it's this article. As you can see, the author is Sivananda. Okay, and this is Sivananda just talking about pranayama. And it's a fairly lengthy article, as you can see. So our guess is that our guess is that you will find what you're looking for or what we're describing in here.
Yep.
If not, all we did was punch pranayama Sivananda into the search at Glorian, and there are a number of articles came up, and all you have to do is scan these articles for quotes by him, and you'll find what you're looking for. It's an excellent resource, by the way. Anytime you want to know anything about anything esoteric, just go to Glorian and use their search and start there. All right. Listen, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. And we started an hour later, so a lot of people have checked out. So I think all the Europeans have gone to bed.
And I need to go to bed. But thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. I hope this was helpful. I know that not many people wanted to come and share too much, but I mean, it is what it is. The opportunity, I gave you guys the opportunity, so at least, and you came on, Blake, and so did Richard, and if you guys find this useful or valuable, we can do another open-ended, very fluid thing like this in the future. But in the meantime, I want to thank you for coming and participating and making a contribution. I hope that others found it useful and beneficial. If anybody has any final questions or comments to make, please make them now, because we're going to sign off in just a couple minutes. 4.5 hours is long for anybody, and especially, so it's now like, so we started at 3 p.m, so it's 7:30 here now. Any other comments or questions or anything like that? If you want to type them, then do them. Blake, by all means, you're more than welcome to leave the live stream now if you'd like, and go and get some sleep.
Yeah, I think that's for the best. But no, thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate being able to talk to you about this stuff, because it's very hard to talk to people about this stuff. So I really appreciate it. Yeah.
No, I understand. Well, that's why we're here in the format that we've chosen to do, right?
Yep.
So it's like we don't, even though it seems like a live stream and everything else, we always make the link available. We always encourage and invite people to come and participate. We'd rather make this more of a discussion, like a conversation in a Zoom call, than just, us being a talking head. Although that has its benefits and that has its, as we said many times, as we've said, these are as much for our benefit as they are for your benefit.
Yep.
So.
With that, thank you and good night.
All right. Good night, Blake. Take care.
Good night.
If there are no more comments or questions from anyone, then listen, we want to thank you. Benjamin says, thank you for the very beneficial live stream. And thanks to all the participants as well. Thank you, Benjamin, for joining us as always. We don't know what next week will be about. We'll allow whatever needs to show up, and then we'll let you guys know as usual. We'll try to give you the 24-hour advance. Diana says thank you. Diana Sophia says thank you. You're welcome. And to everyone who sent us wishes for happy birthday, thank you so much for your warm wishes and your blessings on our birthday. It was a special one, and we truly hope that moving forward, the best years of our life are only just beginning. And they might not be easy, but in terms of our fulfilling our work, we're really just getting into it. And so there are exciting times ahead, and hopefully that's cause for encouragement, not just for ourselves, but for all of you, and by extension, humanity, because it's something that we felt very strongly, very deeply in our heart for the past 50 years. And now we're embarking on that for the next 50 years. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for participating. And we look forward to seeing you again soon. And until then, be well. And as always, inferential peace. Take care, everyone. You're welcome, Jennifer. Thank you for being here as always.